Good morning, members. The committee is resumed on the Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill. When we were considering the bill last night, we were on Part 2. This is the debate on clauses 6 to 11, related and consequential amendments, and schedules 1 and 2. Once again, the question is that Part 2 stand part.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Rachel Brooker.
It's read loud. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, good morning, everyone. It's great to be loud. Madam Chair, we are now on Part 2, as you just said, and of course in Part 2 is the schedule that names specifically the critical infrastructure projects. And the Minister told us yesterday in our Part 1 debate that these projects cannot be changed, the project name cannot be changed, projects cannot be added to it, except for going through a normal legislative process. The project description and the location, they can be amended by an order in council. So we've spoken, there's been some discussion by some members about some particular projects that are on this list. One of them is the Carrington residential development, and we understand that they are government houses and roads, and it could be a mix of both those houses and the roads. I did have a question that I haven't heard an answer from the Minister on local government houses, if they could potentially in the future be included in this list. And I also haven't got an answer on why the amendment to Section 185 is needed, given that these projects will all be going very fast. But I'm also interested in how these projects arrived on this list. And we are becoming accustomed with this government from listing specific projects in schedules that get to bypass normal regulatory processes. And I acknowledge this list appears to be, with his comment on the Carrington residential development, it is all government projects. So that is my first question. Can he confirm that all of the projects on this list are in fact government projects and that they are not local projects? And if there are any local projects, could he identify them? A second question related is to go back to what the what the Select Committee has reported back, where it's said that the projects listed in the schedule come from the Fast Track Approvals Bill Act and some other documents as well. And of course there were 149 projects on that schedule to the Fast Track Act, and there are about 29 on this. And I understand that many of those projects on the Fast Track list are private developments, but I'm wondering if he can elucidate on how it is that these projects came to be in this schedule. I presume they had to fit being a public government work or a public local work and on one of those lists named in the Select Committee report back. And then I'm wondering if there's been an analysis then undertaken into why these projects and how long they will take. And that relates back to my question about the amendment to Section 185 of the Resource Management Act. Because if it is that there has been some analysis, then it would be good to know that. Does the Minister expect them to all go quite quickly? And going to a point that was made by Honourable Julian Genter last night, she was talking about a specific project and saying that, and her understanding of that specific project was that it already had its resource management consents and it was already designated and a whole lot of land had been acquired. So has there been analysis into how far through all these projects are, and where they are incomplete, what the likely cost of acquiring that land will be now through this critical infrastructure pathway, as opposed to the normal Public Works Act process, and noting, of course, that normal Public Works Act process has that environmental element that's changed in this bill to an extent. So those are my questions, just reminding the Minister if he can comment on local government housing, Section 185, and also how it came that these 29 or so, I might have miscounted, projects are on the list, and what analysis has been undertaken to determine how far through they are and what the costs of them being on this list will be.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Chris Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to members of the Committee of the whole House. To the member who has just resumed her seat, I thank you for the questions and comments that she's made this morning, and picking up on the spirit of a couple that were raised last night by her colleague Tangi Utikiri in a similar vein, in taking those all together. First, in terms of local government projects, which for members who weren't present last night, flowed out of a discussion originally around the specific project at Carrington, roughly speaking, in West Auckland, I suppose you could say, and an important project in its own right. And the question more generally as to whether local government projects could be considered as government works such that they could qualify for inclusion within the Public Works Act critical infrastructure regime, the answer is that they could, yes, theoretically, but they would need to be added to primary legislation after, because, of course, the matter of listing them in the schedule in this case does confirm or lock in the status of such projects that are included, and notwithstanding that there are none on the list at the moment, there could be in the future, but only by way of primary legislative amendment. In terms of the connection with Section 185 of the RMA, I think the question that the member has posed was flowed again from the point around, well, particularly around why it would be needed if the intent is to be able to acquire more quickly. And I understand this was a recommendation from the Select Committee in response to a submission from local government, basically to clarify the scenario of compensation entitlements should that case ever arise. And in terms of the point around what I would call transitional arrangements, as raised by the Honourable Julian Genter last night and reiterated this morning by the Honourable Rachel Brooking, analysis in terms of where projects are incomplete, to the extent that projects are historic, having been undertaken and completed, or indeed been incomplete now, without being listed for inclusion in this regime, then they would not be included in the critical infrastructure piece. So there isn't an additional cost in that sense. I know that that will be a matter of disappointment in some cases, potentially, but others might view the previous regime as being more helpful to their case. But in any case, the general situation remains, of course, as I said last night, that when you introduce a regime that will hopefully be viewed by most, on most occasions, as more favourable, those who have not benefited from that because they were under a previous regime may feel disappointment, but of course that's not a reason not to introduce a more favourable regime going forward. And then finally, in terms of the point made by Tangi Utikiri specifically, as to whether projects that are listed here but might be capable of amendment or a change of scope in time, the safeguard is that the Minister must be satisfied that the scope of each project will not be substantially different as a result of such an amendment, taking into account the project's purpose, location, scale and the nature of the works involved. And the clause expressly says that no new projects can be inserted into the schedule by this Order in Council mechanism. And of course, with that Order in Council, as secondary legislation, it will be subject to normal requirements around secondary legislation, including scrutiny by the worthy body that is the Regulations Review Committee.
The Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just looking in Part 2, Clause 7, Subsection 7, or Subclause 7 here, around the payment of relating, or 8 in fact, payment of compensation to landowners or thereabouts. And one of the things I'd like to ask of the Minister, in relation to some of the projects, or one in particular, say the Hope Bypass, that has been in the planning stage for a long time, and much has changed. There has been a major subdivision built on the boundaries of this. So my questions are in relation to any bits of land that may be acquired additionally, whether the changing value of that land is taken into account. And the issue of compensation here is specified how it should be calculated and considered. I guess it's the changing land values for projects that are in Schedule 2 that have been around for quite some time and adjustments may be made. I guess are landowners who may have had indications of potential acquisition, are they entitled to the additional compensation payments, or how is that worked through, and how might the changing land values around those projects be considered by councils or by LINs, or if some additional land needs to be acquired. So a number, without going through the list of projects in Schedule 2.
Thank you.
There are quite a few of them there. As I say, some have been, there'll be, say, take the Marsden Point rail link. I'm assuming it's on the same rail corridor, but if adjustments are to be made, who's entitled to additional payments to speed those up, or indeed, is there a risk that some people, given the length of time of these, some people have been land banking and indeed are going to get a big fat bonus for some of that land acquisition?
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the member and former Minister for Land Information for the question. I think there are a couple of different things which is helpful to clarify for anyone who's following. One, of course, is that the extra payments that might be made by way of compensation, by way of recognition, and also incentive, being an understanding and an acknowledgement from the Crown of the value to the Crown and more importantly to the community of the works for critical infrastructure, and incentive, of course, being to basically, as the name would suggest, encourage early agreement to acquisition. And then, of course, as the members alluded to, there's the fact that land values can change over time, almost invariably to increase. The Act, or the amendment to the Act doesn't change the fact that values may increase over time, and it would be 100% of the value as agreed and determined under the Act anyway. That would be the relevant starting point, to which one might add 5 or 15%, as the case may be, could be 5 or 20%, being 5 plus 15, additional percentage of value. And so I do also emphasise again, as I had said last night, that the recourse to the Land Valuation Tribunal in the event that there's a dispute about the amount that the land is worth in the first place, that 100% figure, and so we don't propose to change that, and in fact do not change that under this legislation before the House.
The Honourable Rachel Brooke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to continue the exchange that we were having earlier with the Minister, back on the schedule, I didn't hear an answer about analysis of the individual projects and how much it will cost to take that land under this process versus the normal public works process. And maybe he will say, well, that will be done one by one, which is he's entitled to give that answer, but I'd like to know if it's been thought about or not. And then also and I appreciate that to be critical infrastructure, you've got to be listed on the schedule, and to be listed on the schedule, you have to go through the statutory, through this process, the legislative process with Parliament. And again, though, if he could just try, maybe give me some comfort that to get on this critical infrastructure project list, you do have to also be that local government work or a government work before you can be considered for this list. So those are the two sort of little wrap-up questions for me on that list.
The Honourable Chris.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the member. In terms of the analysis of change costs for specific projects, she's right in suggesting that it would be the case this would vary or on an individual case-by-case basis. The users of the Public Works Act, being local government or a central government agency, and one might think of NZTA or KiwiRail in the case of transport projects, would be better placed to know how that will affect them. But of course, as the regime comes into effect and they're in a position to have the certainty to update their calculations, that will be something on which they will be better placed to answer. And again, as I say, and as the member herself said, on a case-by-case basis. And I'd remind members that the caps on premium payment are those set out in the legislation. Limit on the recognition payment at $92,000 for property valuation acquisitions valued at $1.8 million or more. As for incentive payments, capped at $150,000 for property acquisitions valued at $1 million or more. And so that does provide some guardrail, and I suppose for the protection of the taxpayer and certainly to protect the integrity of the system and to enable as many acquisitions as possible for the right amount of taxpayer funding. To the Honourable Damien O'Connor's point, that's where those limits have been set, or that, at least that's the basis on which we have set those out and determined them in this legislation.
Scott Willis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's a lovely wet day out there, so nice to be inside. And thank you to the Minister for giving us this opportunity this morning to stay warm and cosy. I really want to build on the Honourable Damien O'Connor's question about the acquisition of additional land where projects exist or where things have already developed, and I'm particularly thinking about the Marsden Point rail link, because I mean, my understanding, and forgive me, I'm not that familiar with the area, but my understanding is that it's a consented, designated land is already purchased, fast-tracked, and in the coalition agreement. So if that's true, and that's a statement made by Winston Peters, the Honourable Winston Peters, do we need? What else are we doing here with the Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill? Is it simply stamping making an exclamation point that we're going to do this, or is it actually doing something else? Is it looking to acquire additional land to expand, to grow the footprint? Because that's what this bill is designed to do, and yet we're told that everything's there, it's ready to go, and it's in the fast track, it's in the coalition agreement, it's fast track. So I really got a query about, why in particular this bit is mentioned, particularly in part 2, why in the schedule, why would we go there if it's already something that's practically done? Perhaps the Minister would like to respond. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Crispy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member for the question. Certainly he's right to indicate and remind the House, as the Honourable Damien O'Connor had, that these are critical infrastructure projects as defined by being within the Government Policy Statement 2024, including roads of national significance, but also projects that have been or will be consented under the Fast Track Approvals Act. And I suppose the characterisation could be that there's an exclamation mark after those, but I think more helpfully members could think about it being what follows the question mark. And the question mark is, how is it going to be that we can ensure a fast and fair process of acquiring land to enable the projects that have already been confirmed via those other processes? So it's enabling those projects that had been confirmed in a way that makes sense for the communities but is also fair to the landowners, as opposed to introducing any new projects on the table or merely providing emphasis to those which are already understood by those other pieces of legislation and mechanisms to be a priority for the government.
Is this a closure? Not quite there yet. Not quite there yet. Arana Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is my first call on part 2, and I am interested in the operation of some of the projects in the schedule, particularly the one that's not a road. And we've been discussing that, but the committee, members of the committee have heard evidence from the New Zealand Transport Agency about how these projects work, but we're still interested in how those projects that will not be led by the NZTA will work in this context. It is a bit different when you're thinking about de-risking a roading project, which is for public good. to then compare sort of housing, which is a mix of private and public good. And, you know, people do feel differently about those sorts of projects. In a public works acquisition process where you're building a road and even then have excess land and might use that to develop houses, communities do feel differently about that and about houses sort of being in front of theirs where there's been an acquisition for a road. So we want to be able to address that. But my first question is about the operation of new clause 7 of Schedule 1AA. That was actually a helpful answer that the Minister gave around projects that are in the pipeline now. I'm sure the Minister has had advice about this and I want to get some clarity on it. So those projects where his amendment in AP number 350 sets out the introduction of a new clause here, just want to get his thinking around whether there are projects here which have already been notified or works have begun, as is the case with some of these projects, and how, given the sort of time difference between this law and the passing of the fast track bill which initially notified these projects, whether there are any projects in there that have already been notified and will create a different financial liability for the Crown. So what I'm asking is sort of what is the value of this this amended clause in his AP? Can we understand whether this applies to any particular projects and particular... we don't have to understand the landowners. What I'm asking for is the value that is being exchanged here compared from the old system to the new one, given that these projects were projects which we anticipated probably being in part of this new process. Have those landowners been served with a notice, and they'll then will then work through the process which is set out in his amendment for the Minister to issue new notices. I also want to understand at what point the notification process is to be. Some of these projects are sort of well underway, and so I think this new public works acquisition process is actually about other land that might have to be acquired and not the land which is initially acquired, even though they are schedulised.
The Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Madam Chair, look, thank you, and I'll just focus on Schedule 2 and all the list of projects, and I think it would be remiss of me as a South Island MP to not ask some questions of the Minister as to, given that they are supposedly critical infrastructure, there's not too much critical in the South Island. In fact, only about 5.5 of the 29 projects listed are in the South Island, and I think perhaps if there had been more advocacy from South Island members of government, we might have a few more, because we certainly need them. And so the question is really, how were these prioritised? And I appreciate that we have the Hope bypass in there, but of the 7 bridges to be replaced, there's only 2 of them in the South Island. And so it is a region with a lower population, I'll accept that, but in terms of its importance for export growth, which is what the government's talked about, then I would have thought that actually the critical infrastructure projects should be where the growth will come from. And I see a couple of MPs over the other side of the House there, government MPs, ministers, who I thought would have tried a little harder. Anyway, so maybe the Minister can answer the questions as to a couple of questions here. So firstly, why weren't more South Island projects included? Secondly, how was the prioritisation process undertaken? And thirdly, with some of these roading projects, will they include tolling? I mean, I see there's one there that one of the ministers over there would probably take a reasonably close interest in, and I know he won't be, as the Minister said before, it's not private interest, but it certainly is public interest if it's in someone's own electorate. And so there is one there. There's the Ashburton Bridge, of course. We've got Hope Bypass, understand, and then we've got one of course, the 4-laning, I think it is, north towards Pegasus there, Wood End bypass project, Belfast to Pegasus. So the question would be, given compensation might be paid for land here, is that offset or paid for by tolling that the government might be proposing as part of these projects? And indeed, was the potential for tolling part of the prioritisation process that the government undertook when putting these projects in? And I'm not going to go back through all the projects and ask of each of them. I know that Madam Chair probably wouldn't tolerate that, but the questions around why so few in the South Island, what was the prioritisation process to arrive at this list, and did it include the potential for tolling on some of these roadways, and indeed, the potential then allowed it to get into the priority list. But an important critical piece of infrastructure that may be in Southland or on the West Coast, or Otago indeed, or South, like the inability to toll logically in those areas meant that they actually didn't become part of the critical infrastructure list. So these are fair questions. There will be ratepayers and truck drivers and people driving to and from work on roads that need to be upgraded in the South Island, and they'll be saying, why not our road? And so maybe the Minister can take a call and answer that.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Chris Payne.
Thank you. Passionate South Island MPs in the chamber can continue their discussion, I suppose, wherever they like. But within the scope of this bill, I repeat, and I think maybe for the sixth time, that the criteria for inclusion within this legislation had nothing to do with tolling or other mechanisms for funding or financing, other than the Crown or the local government's ability and requirement to compensate landowners from whom an interest is being acquired. So those topics are incredibly important, I will acknowledge, but not for the purpose of this bill. And in terms of the South Island and inclusion of various projects there, again, I emphasise that the inclusion was on as critical infrastructure, being an umbrella term, covers those projects, transport related or otherwise under the Fast Track Approval Act consenting process. Or the government policy statements relating to roads of national significance and so on. I will just perhaps respond more generally to the comment, because I'll be remiss not to. The South Island is the better performing of the two islands at the moment, partly because of its reliance on and connection to the primary industry, which is always one of New Zealand's best and most performing sectors, and in the current time all the more so. So we're grateful as a government, but also as a parliament, I'm sure, the export dollars through the primary industry and also through tourism and also through international education and other high-performing export sectors, and the performance of the South Island is greatly to be commended, encouraged, and we congratulate and thank them for it. And it's important, of course, that they continue to be supported through various projects, whether included in this regime or not.
Carl Bates.
Move that debate on this question now close.
I think we are much closer than we were last time. Honourable Julianne Gento.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. As the MP for Rongotai, it was very important to me to ask some questions about a project that's in Schedule 2, which is the State Highway improvements, Wellington improvements. And I guess the concern, well, there's a couple of concerns I do think it's important to raise for the House, the specifics of this, because what we're talking about in this bill is increasing the ability of the state to take private land for public works, and that there's limited ability to appeal to the Environment Court. And in the case of Wellington, this has been a very contentious issue for several decades, because obviously there was the original proposal for the bypass, huge community opposition to that bypass because it was destroying some of the most vibrant parts of the city to make it, just for a road, and destroyed the amenity of that area. And we all know now that, of course, urban highways don't solve traffic congestion problems. They destroy value. Some of the highest value land in the urban areas gets taken for a highway that people aren't even paying for directly. If we, at the same time, the Select Committee is considering a bill on congestion pricing. If we had congestion pricing, would we need to take this valuable urban land? Probably not. We would need a lot more public transport. So the issue I have in the schedule is just how incredibly vague and wide the description of the project is. So we have, and I keep looking at it and then losing it, but it's incredibly vague. So it could be any bit of land between the northern end of the Terrace Tunnel. It says north of the Terrace Tunnel to Kilbirnie, Wellington City. Now that is a huge area of central Wellington. And I want to know, does this mean that the government could decide to choose a different alignment, different roading projects than what have been proposed up until now, and then take huge amounts of land in the center of the city with limited ability for people to object to that? Because let's not forget that the last national government tried to do the basin flyover. They created a new process called the Board of Inquiry process, where they handpicked a panel that was going to decide the resource consent because it was supposedly a project of national significance. And that expert panel, which was appointed by the then national government, heard all of the evidence from the various experts. This was a streamlined process, and they rejected the consent for the basin flyover. Now, that was based on evidence. What concerns me is that we have a government that's increasingly not listening to evidence, not allowing community voice. And so could the minister speak to, when does this bill mean that anywhere north of the Terrace Tunnel to Kilbirnie, Wellington City, the government could designate and take land for a new alignment of the state highway? At the moment, the state highway goes along Vivian Street. There's a number of stoplights. The latest proposal, we don't know. It hasn't been released to the public. It's apparently been considered by the Board of NZTA, but they refused to release it. For a while there, they were considering a diagonal tunnel. They were considering a long tunnel. They were considering, but now we're back to the parallel tunnel because it's cheaper. Of course, it's not going to deliver any time savings benefits, but they're still going to go ahead and spend billions of dollars on it, potentially. And in between the Terrace Tunnel and the Mount Vic Tunnel, there's a vibrant urban area that includes Cuba Street. It includes a whole lot of businesses, a whole lot of homes, a whole lot of relatively new apartments have been built. Does this mean that the government can designate a new area to be state highway through that part of the city and compulsorily acquire the land with limited ability for the public or the owners of that land, to appeal to the Environment Court? Is that what this means?
Oh, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm interested that the member for Rongotai is nervous about improvements to the roading project that she's referred to being faster and I would say fairer. Of course, private property rights are hugely important, and on this side of the House we recognise that. Interesting, a Green Party member is nervous about private property being deprived of citizens without recourse, and today's not a day for debate about the Greens taxation policy, but I do find that an interesting contrast. In terms of congestion pricing, whether hypothetically this regime would be needed if we had a system that is not yet in place and may or may not be in the future, I don't think, with all due respect, that's within the scope of what we are able to determine in relation to the scope of this legislation. And as to whether the evidence of projects being worthwhile or not will be improved or the opposite by this process, I would simply point out that nothing in this legislation changes the scope of any of the projects listed, nor can introduce new projects without further legislative amendment. And so the geographic scope of a project, for example, isn't and cannot be changed by reason of this legislation coming in. I've already set out the process by which it might be suggested that there could be changes to a project that's approved under different regimes, and therefore I emphasise again to members of the committee that the purpose, intent and scope of this bill is actually for the land or interests in land that are to be acquired under the Public Works Act, where they are critical infrastructure projects as listed. The change is only as to process, which would be simpler, and compensation, which would be more generous.
Arana Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll now take an opportunity to ask about 2 of the 3 projects that we need some further information on. The first is Brigham Creek, the rapid transit link there. That's one that the Minister has spoken about in the committee stage before, and so is a useful example for us to really understand the Māori rights and interests here. He will be familiar with the area that is under RFR rights for the commercial settlement of Te Kawerau Maki and Ngāti Whātua or Kaipara. Yes. That is a shared RFR right that arises from the sale of land owned by the prison, by corrections, and the overhang of the arrangements that were made under the Key government to develop Hobsonville Point as a special housing area. There are areas in this project as schedulised, which are both owned by the iwi or under right of first refusal for commercial settlement. Those are outstanding and unresolved since the first settlement, I think, in 2012, because it requires at some point in time that's not specified in either part of the legislation for those 2 iwi to agree on the way that they will apportion the rights under that RFR. That was something that wasn't agreed at the time it was settled by Minister Finlayson. So my question to him is about, he's given an explanation to the House about how rights that arise under treaty settlements are protected Māori land, but I've asked him, and I don't think we're clear on whether those rights that are not crystallised yet will be recognised under this new process. So those rights that exist because there is an RFR right are one thing, and they're on the other side of, there's one side of the motorway that they exist on, and then there's another side of the road that they exist on the Brigham Creek side, where there's NZTA land that would otherwise be under the RFR of one or the other of those, because it was Crown land at the time of settlement, it was part of their commercial redress package. So my question is, there are some which are sort of clear, that they are rights which have crystallised, they are part of the commercial RFR of those iwi, and when they come up for disposal, for Crown disposal, they should be settled first to that iwi. But so is there a public works application here around that land? And then the more complicated side of the road, which is where the RFR isn't crystallised because there hasn't been agreement. In both of those cases, there is a case for public works taking, because there is a public good that arises because of a rapid transit network. But these are rights which were arranged by the Crown in deeds of settlement which date back to 2004. So we have a sort of hierarchy of what we're trying to achieve here with fairness outcomes for those original owners of the land, and it would be useful if the Minister would step us through how this process applies to them. My second question is about the project at Carrington. This is slightly different for the Māori rights and interests here, and that I think what I'm really getting at here is the entire project is listed. It's the whole 40 hectares, and yet most of that exists. What are we talking about here? If we're talking about removing the Crown intervening to acquire land which iwi are already building on for the purposes of public housing, then that is a completely different conversation to acquiring some extra parts to build roads in what is a residential development that exists. And just to give the House some context around this is a really important area to me. My father was the kaumātua of Unitec for many years. In my life, I have gone many, many times, including for matarihi celebrations of a hautapu, down to the puna which exists on that Unitec Carrington site. That is, there is customary title that exists there. There is also settlement land that exists there. There's a commercial RFR around it, but there is a cultural settlement property within that block that is all underneath the area that the Minister has schedulised here for public works taking. It is clear what the protections are around that customary land. It's not clear what parts of land around that puna might be included in this. It's also not clear what land is intended to be in this new process when those notices that went to the landowners and to the people with rights and interests in building it currently have gone, those date back many, many, many years, and so wouldn't be eligible under his new amendment or in the old amendment to the original Act for use by this new process. So we need to understand those two projects a bit better.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of the Brigham Creek project, that's within the category of projects that I've indicated that I wouldn't feel able to decide as Minister, given that it's within the current bounds of my electorate. Of course, for the purpose of the policy making, the legislation, the history is outlined by the member, and that's interesting and helpful. But I would be probably foolish to attempt to analyse further in terms of its applicability to or eligibility various parts of the land on either side of the road, as the members alluded to, in a way that would be more appropriate for the decision maker to determine on a case-by-case basis in the event that applications are received for the acquisition of land or interests. Hopefully, more helpfully than that, in response, I think, to a question that the member previously posed around new clause 7 of Schedule 1AA, being intended to make it clear that if a Section 18 notice of desire is issued after the Act comes into force, then the project cannot opt out of the accelerated process. And the response is that agencies have the opportunity to opt out before they proceed further with land acquisition under the new process. They can opt out taking into account the financial impact of the new regime, and it would be my hope and expectation that would be made clear to any relevant landowners affected. As for Carrington, the members more familiar, including through familial links to the property and its history, with that than me, but certainly I would point out that on a case-by-case basis it will be for the decision maker at the time to consider those, taking into account all relevant factors, including the status of the land as customary land or other, and so I wouldn't want to prejudge that or do a disservice to any of the parties involved or potentially involved by musing more than that now. So, in general terms, therefore, I can tell the member that if Crown-owned land with a right of first refusal obligation is needed, then it can be used for the project, but the RFR, right of first refusal obligation, continues to apply and would apply if that land were to be disposed of in the future.
Before I take the next call, I'm just asking members to come up with some new information, new questions. Scott Willis.
Yeah. I appreciate being able to take this call, and I appreciate also the Minister's acknowledgement that the South Island is the best part of Aotearoa, because I agree, notwithstanding there are some lovely places in the north, but like my colleague, the Honourable Damien O'Connor, I'm a proud South Islander, but I also wonder where the Minister for the South Island was when we were looking at priorities here. But he had stuck in the South Island because there wasn't a ferry, possibly, yeah. But my particular interest is not in what the government can do for the South Island, but what the South Island can do for the government and for Aotearoa, because I'm particularly keen on the HVDC link, and here I think the high voltage direct current link replacement project, because this is our main trunk line, and it connects our two islands. It ensures that we keep the lights on. So this is really, really valuable, but it also raises some questions, because while we know the work is required and is necessary, it is what we could consider not just critical infrastructure, but lifeline infrastructure. I'm also interested in what thought has been gone into not just building something or making sure it's there, but to come back to a question I had last night. It's related to the carbon, but it's essentially about resilience, because of course we know that part of the country the fault line runs through there, and the question is really about the thought that has gone into the resilience when we're building lifeline infrastructure. What consideration has been given not just to land acquisition but resilience, because that may well require more than the footprint that is currently occupied by that HVDC link. It may require a wider footprint to ensure that we're able to keep the lights on when the Alpine Fault goes, because that's due, as the Infrastructure Commission has said, that's, let's say, is a 75% chance by 2070 that we have that major fault. And the reason why this is so critical is that if that trips, we will have a national blackout. So while this project is really valuable and necessary and critical, and it's lifeline infrastructure, I'm interested in what thought has been given to whether this legislation is actually going to give us all that we need to keep the lights on. And subsequent to that, what other future-proofing has been looked at, because we know there are maybe some blue sky projects such as Taslink, which could connect us to Australia. Has there been any thought given to that HVDC link, which is, would create one trans-Tasman electricity market with a 2 to 3 gigawatt HVDC cable over 2,600 kilometres? Because that's not, I don't see any consideration given to that as well. And I'm thinking here, I'm taking the Minister's word that the critical infrastructure is a tautology, but perhaps I take it to think that we should be talking about lifeline infrastructure here, not the petty stuff that isn't lifeline. I really think that's what we should be thinking of. And so in that consideration, I wonder if the Minister would like to detail any additional thoughts that have gone into how we build resilience. Does this legislation help us in that way, building resilience, particularly for our energy system, vulnerable not only to climate change impacts, not simply to space weather, not simply to the Alpine Fault, but vulnerable to being left unconsidered by government action. So if the Minister could reply, I'd really value that. Thank you.
Miles Anderson.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. A party is called for Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
Votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
Tori tekau mā whā e whakahe.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau mā rima nā pote e whakahe.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 2 set out on AP number 350 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. The party votes called for, Mr. Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour. Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau mā rima nā pote e whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to. The question is that Part 2 is amended stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. We now move to Schedule 1. The question is agreed to. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Schedule 1 set out on AP number 350 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that Schedule 1 is amended stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes... Sorry, what was that? The ayes have it. Party vote is called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru te kau mā whā e whakae.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau marima nā poti e whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Party Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 20. The question is agreed to. The question is that Schedule 1 as amended stand... Oh, that's the one we've just done? That's done. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genta's tabled amendment to Schedule 2, deleting the item relating to Hamilton's Southern Links, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru te kau mā whā e whakahe.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau marima nā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Party Māori.
Eri me ngā poti I whakai.
The ayes are 20, the noes are 102. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genta's tabled amendment to Schedule 2, deleting the item relating to Hawke's Bay Expressway, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru te kau mā whā e whakahe.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau marima nā poti e whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Party Māori.
Eri me ngā poti I whakai.
The ayes are 20, the noes are 102. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genta's tabled amendment to Schedule 2, deleting the item relating to Mill Road, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. I have called that the noes have it. If you are going to call for a party vote, can you please let yourself be heard and try and follow on quickly from the vote. So a party vote is called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru te kau mā whā e whakahe.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau marima nā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Party Māori.
Eri me ngā poti whakai. E whakai.
The ayes are 20, the noes are 102. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genter's tabled amendment to Schedule 2, deleting the item relating to East-West Link, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Tori te kau mā whā e whakahe.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau marima nā pote e whaka-ai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Rima ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 20, the noes are 102. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genter's tabled amendment to Schedule 2, deleting the item relating to Tekitimu North Link Stage 2, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote is called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Tori te kau mā whā e whakahe.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau marima nā pote e whaka-ai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Rima ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 20, the noes are 102. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genter's tabled amendment to Schedule 2, deleting the item relating to Warkworth to Tahana, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Tori te kau mā whā e whakahe.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau marima nā pote e whaka-ai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Rima ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 20, the noes are 102. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genter's tabled amendment to Schedule 2, deleting the item relating to State Highway 1 Cambridge to Pairi long-term improvement project, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau marima nā pote e whaka-ai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Rima ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 20, the noes are 102. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genter's tabled amendment to Schedule 2, deleting the item relating to Petone to Granada and the Cross Valley Link, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. The noes have it. Aye. Party vote's called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kau marima nā pote e whaka-ai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Rima ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 20, the noes are 102. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Schedule 2 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we now... I'd already started the next call. The members, we now come to our final debate, which is clauses 1 to 3. This is the debate on title, commencement and principal act.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Crispy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to say briefly, I can't imagine many contributions that are not ironic on the title. It's very descriptive, being the critical infrastructure as defined within the Act itself. The commencement is on the first day after royal assent because there's no reason not to have that default setting, to have this important work in place as soon as reasonably possible and reflecting the admirable promptness with which the House and more particularly the Select Committee has acted in the matter.
Honourable Aaron Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Always enjoy the debate on the title and commencement. This is an important part of the House's scrutiny. This is the opportunity for the opposition to consider the bill as a whole, and it is a long-standing standing order that this is an important debate, and in fact, if it is voted down, that the bill itself is defeated. So we must spend time clearly understanding what it is that we are agreeing to here and making sure that the title is true and correct. And I begin with that point because it's relevant that constitutionally what we are doing here is we are elected by our electorates. Most of us are seat holders here. We are elected by a particular community to advocate for that community. And every sitting electorate MP will have an example in their electorate where they have gone to a public meeting, where they have arranged a street corner meeting, where they have been to a constituent's home, where they are affected by the Public Works Act. And you all know that they hate it. They hate it. When big government comes to town and says, we are removing some of your lawn, we are taking away your home, we are removing your car parks of your dairy, we are taking away the things that are important to you. And we say to them, you do this, all of you do this. We say to them, I get where you're coming from, but this is so important. This is so important because it enables our community to have the infrastructure we need. We need bus lanes, we need new roads, we need new rail connections. This is really important to the country's progress. This is important to our growth. We have low productivity rates in New Zealand. We need to get our cities and our regions moving. That is why. But we front that. We front that in our communities, and we do that because we believe in it when our constituents are asking us to stick up for them. What this bill does, and what it should be called, is the Public Works Paying Our Hand-Picked Landowners Whatever We Want Amendment Bill. This is a bill about choosing projects with no rationale that go on a schedule somewhere to pay them more. And it even reaches back to those project owners where the landowners have been told that they will be paid X, and now they will be paid Y. This is a bill about making sure that National's commitments to the landowners who they think they will be paying more for their land will get that land. And I put it to the Minister of Housing at the time he was the Minister of Transport in the House when Fast Track was going through. He said, no, we won't be paying Wellington Land Company more. But is that right when we come to this bill? Is it right that the Wellington Land Company will not be paid more under this bill? No. They will be paid more than they would have otherwise been paid under any other legislative process, which both sides of the House have always agreed to in the past. This is a bill which makes particular considerations for particular hand-picked landowners. And I want every electorate MP in this House to understand that next time you front a public meeting and you tell people who are losing their homes, who are losing their front yards, and businesses that are losing their car parks, that this is important, that you are also representing to them that on the National Party benches, they voted for a piece of legislation which did not include them, which did not include those small business owners, which did not include those farmers, which did not include those people in the electorate who rely on us to represent their interests. Because when the Minister in the committee stages said that he cannot make decisions about his electorate, we all are put here constitutionally. This is the way we have arranged ourselves in this Parliament to represent those people, to represent the little guy who put us here to make sure that they're getting a fair deal. And we ask them every day to have faith in the process. This is an extra process. This is an add-on. This is something which enables particular schedulised works, which during the committee stage it was very clear had no set of criteria, had nothing they could put their faith on. It was simply because they were there that made them critical. We should be clear about what this means. This is not critical infrastructure. This is hand-picked landowners that the government has chosen to make this clear. And the Labour Party supports the building of critical infrastructure. We want these projects to happen, but we also want a process which is fair and makes sense for people. And that when we come to this house, we can tell the people who are losing their homes, who are losing their lands, that there is a point to it all, and that there is a process that we can point to where they can have faith in and come to us and work through it and make sure that their interests are represented alongside the interests of the wider community. People have to believe in this, people have to believe in us, people have to believe in the legislative process here. The commencement date should actually be when the fast track bill came in, because this bill reaches back in time and drags new rights and interests into the mix that weren't there before. We should be clear that this is also backwards looking and is taking us backwards as a country.
Mr. Chair?
The Honourable Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Every local member in this House knows that the problem that people have with the Public Works Act regime at the moment is it's not generous enough, and they get mucked around for years. We are being more generous and we are providing certainty quicker. It is faster and fairer, and for the member to pretend that she and others don't think that's a better regime is bizarre and ridiculous, particularly when her point seems to be that we're improving the system but those who are under the previous regime don't get the benefit of it. Well, 6 years ago, the government members on that side who are now on that side could have done something about it. The fact that they didn't is on them, not us, and if the performance of that member is anything to go by, while they continue not to understand what's important to New Zealanders, which includes the building of the infrastructure in the first place, as my colleagues and friends from New Zealand First point out, as well as treating landowners in a more fast and fair fashion to compensate them more generously, to give them more certainty, then they will remain on that side for as long as they wish.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Last night I listened to the debate, and there were a number of questions raised, particularly concerning the way in which Māori are thinking and feeling about this particular piece of legislation. And it won't surprise anybody in this House, I hope, that the whole public works, just that frame, that those two words together bring a horror and trauma back, because you will all know, and you must never forget, that those things that were true then in the legislation are still the horror that raises is still true. However polite or seemingly reasonable it might sound. And so the question, I guess, for me is around a trust and confidence question. So, and if I can just use an example, Marsden Point, for instance, which I used to work at, by the way, for a couple of years when it was called MRC, and there was all this kind of, same ideas. Yep, we need to get this infrastructure. We need to stand up this new system. We had Bell, Dotty, and Badger and Cherida, and all of these names come to town, and they did a lot of work there, and I was there for about a year and a half. Now, right now, if I flip through to right now, I see that in Bream Bay, for instance, the Bream Bay sand mining, those are also the other stories or the other difficulties that are running in that same community. Understand whether, my question therefore is, what is a trust and confidence, can you assure people that the proper and real and enduring conversations are being held with all in that whole community, not just the chosen few, because it impacts on everyone in that very tiny community of Marsden Point, Bream Bay, Ruakaka, along that whole strip. And relatively, it's a relatively small piece of dirt, but when you go to Marsden Point, which I used to work, it's like, the pipes are filled with concrete, you've got logs loaded up, and so the point being there, trust and confidence is near to death or dead in those communities when it comes to what this particular government is driving. So, and when just to refer back to the list of stakeholders, and I'm just wondering in that context as well, how much serious and genuine discussion was sought from the stakeholders, Māori, hapu and iwi stakeholders, Minister. I'd be keen to know that, because otherwise the name of this will end up as Public Works, here we go again, sorry you Maoris. Thank you, if you could respond. Thank you.
Scott Willis.
Mr. Chair, and really I'm just coming back, thinking about the title and to the helpful conversation and dialogue we've had last night and this morning, because what has become clear is that critical infrastructure is not really what we're talking about here, unless everything is critical infrastructure, as the Minister's alluded to. So we have here a bill that's called the Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill that doesn't really say what it is. And we've had a to and fro that's been helpful, because the Minister's essentially said we are ensuring that fast track is going to be delivered through fast track projects. And that's okay. We know that that's the government's agenda, and we also know that there's a whole lot of pushback on fast track. So I wonder whether the title is actually trying to hide the intention of this bill, whether it's trying to sort of sweep it under the carpet and say that, you know, this is just critical infrastructure. Don't worry about it. Where in fact it is fast track projects that are listed in the schedule. And so I mean, this is something that we've discussed, and it's been quite open in the House. So if we all acknowledge that, if we acknowledge that this is where it's going, why shouldn't the title say it like it is? Call it the Public Works Fast Track Amendment Bill, because that would really simplify things. It would show people exactly what is being intended here, which is fast track projects. They're all listed in the bill. They're not what I would consider critical infrastructure. They're certainly not lifeline infrastructure. Well, a couple of them are. They are, exactly, pet projects that have been listed in the schedule. And we've acknowledged how this works. We know that. We've discussed it at length. Let's call it what it is, Minister. Would you be open to changing that chunk? Because really we do need some clarity here, and this isn't. I mean, I've just got to say, to call it critical infrastructure seems to be hiding exactly what that list tells us it's there for. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it's hiding in plain sight. The projects are literally listed in the schedule. We've discussed those at length last night and this morning. The word critical, or the phrase critical infrastructure, is used in the title precisely because it's a defined term in the Act, as discussed.
Mr. Chair, I want to come to this point that the Minister's just engaged in with Scott Willis, and that is the importance of the schedule in this bill. Everything really revolves around the schedule, as we've heard in this committee stage. I wanted to talk about it in part one and stop. I didn't. Really?
We talked about not talking about it.
Yeah, we talked about not talking about it. Of course, that is the way that bills work. Even though we debate them in parts, obviously there is an interaction between the parts. And that goes to this stage of the debate, which of course is on the title. So I think I take the Minister's point that critical infrastructure is defined, and it is defined in that schedule. And I think it would be really helpful if in fact the title was the Public Works Critical Infrastructure, so what it is at the moment, but with an addition as specified in the schedule amendment bill. Because that is what a lot of our debate has been about as well, in terms of if we're trying to tell people what this bill is about, okay, it's to do with critical infrastructure, and that is all specified in the schedule. And that critical infrastructure cannot change by a minister making a decision. It has to come back through this House, and that is very important. Whilst it can be amended, the listed projects in the schedule can be amended in terms of their exact location or their exact description, there are controls that make those amendments that ministers can do by order in council. There are restrictions as to scope. So I'm not hugely concerned about that. And what I was concerned about was related to what the past contribution was as well, that what is this relationship to the Fast Track Approvals Act? The Fast Track Approvals Act, as it came through this House, also used a schedule. And that schedule was used for pet projects. And we've heard from Aotearoa Williams the concern that this bill is also all about pet projects. And I acknowledge that there were 149 projects that came in via that schedule for the Fast Track Approvals Act, and it came in at the committee stage, on the day of the committee stage. And that is different from this list, which has gone through the select committee process, and I want to commend this minister for having the important meaty bits of the bill actually go through a select committee process. I think it's been quite a fast select committee process, but it's a specialist piece of legislation, and well done on having that actually go to the select committee. So we know, and the select committee knows, what is on this schedule, and that those projects are not all of the ones that are on the fast track, because they do actually have to be public works. They do have to be government work or local work. As it turns out, the Minister has been clear with us that there are no local works on that list that's in the schedule. And it's also interesting to note that there's not very many works in the South Island, which of course doesn't come as a surprise to us South Island MPs, who are just so disheartened at this government's decisions on the ferries, which are critical to all of New Zealand's economy. But putting that to one side, I was interested in the Minister's commentary that he wouldn't be involved in, as Minister, in projects in his own electorate. And I'm not sure why that would be a problem anyway, and he might want to expand on this, given that all the projects listed have gone through the parliamentary process, and all the projects listed are government projects. They shouldn't be to the private benefit of anyone. The only private people who will be getting a benefit from this bill is those landowners where their land is taken, and they'll be getting more under this bill, more money, more compensation than they would be under the normal Public Works Act process. So surely there's only room for any conflict would be if the Minister was a landowner where that land was going to be taken. And that goes to Aotearoa Williams' point as well about who are these landowners that will benefit from this extra compensation. So my final suggestion is that it could be the Public Works critical infrastructure, but we really haven't done the analysis into how much this will cost amendment bill, because I asked a number of questions of the Minister about that analysis, and it's just an opportunity for these projects to go through that process. So two suggestions.
Mr Chair, thank you. Thank you for the suggestions as to title. Just to clarify, for the sake of the public record, I have no conflicts of interest in relation to any land interests that might be affected by the operation of this public works legislation. But as a local MP, I want to vociferously advocate for the projects, but also any individual landowners who might be affected, for example, by the hardship early acquisition provisions that already exist in the PWA. And it would be wrong for me to write, in my capacity as local MP, to myself as the decision maker as Land Information Minister. So to that extent, I've seen it appropriate to step aside from that decision-making role.
Honourable Brooking.
Thank you. Just if the Minister can take some time to respond to this call, which is we're talking about the conflict issue. How is it that he's the decision maker regarding what goes into the schedule of listed critical infrastructure? The Minister is saying that he's not that. So the point that the Minister is making is that he doesn't want to advocate once that goes into the process that this bill enables. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr Chair.
Dan Bidwell.
I move the debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
Tori te kaumawha e whakahe.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand. New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Rima ngā pōti I whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed to. The question is that clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 3 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I will report this bill with amendment presently.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Members, we now turn to the hauraki. Let's wait until we have a minister in the chair. Here he is.
Just grab water.
Oh, it's grabbing a water. All right. Members, we now turn to the hauraki Gold Tikapa Moana Marine Protection Bill. When we were last considering this bill, we were on part 2. This is the debate on clauses 10 to 25 marine reserves, seafloor protection areas and high protections areas, and schedules 2 to 4. Once again, the question is that part 2 stand part. Chloe Smallbrook.
E te manga I tēnā koe, tēnā koutou te whare. Mr. Speaker, I am the MP for Auckland Central, which includes 2 of the Hauraki Islands, Waiheke and Aotearoa Great Barrier. And I therefore take it as an immense privilege and responsibility to also speak for that part of the ocean, Te Kapa Moana, the Hauraki Gulf. And I actually just want to commend some of the former ministers who are in the House, the Honourable Rachel Brooking, who we actually worked with quite closely to ensure that we had that high protected area, particularly around the noisies. But Mr. Speaker, what we have presented in this massive amendment paper from the government is unfortunately a situation that has completely blindsided all of the incredible conservationists and community members, many from my community, particularly on those Hauraki Islands, but also many in the central city who have long advocated for the protection of this jewel and the crown of Tamaki Makaurau. We have a complete blindsiding of all of the work that they have done being seemingly unwound and undermined by this amendment paper chucked on the table at last minute. And Mr. Speaker, we have heard loud and clear from those conservationists, from community, from iwi and from hapu, that this is simply not good enough. So we have some really basic, fundamental questions that we believe that the Minister must answer, because there will be no other meaningful opportunity for him to be held accountable to these questions in particular, Mr. Speaker. And the questions that we want to ask are particularly about the carve-outs that are being made, particularly for ringnet fishers. So my first question for the Minister, and I would really appreciate if this can be a meaningful engagement and back and forth, because I'll note that I also have amendment papers in my name, which we'll get back to, but the Minister needs to answer this very basic question. Just how much resource, if it can be at all in any way, shape or form quantified by his officials, how much resource has been poured over months and months and months of work to produce this amendment paper to get us to a place where this amendment paper will end up saving approximately, based on the official advice that we have access to, just $14,000 a year in revenue for ringnet fishers. This government likes to preach a lot about cost-benefit analysis and social investments and about saving money. So my basic question for the Minister is how much of our collective capacity, channeled through government decisions, has been wasted to get us to a place where we are now undermining a decade plus worth of work by community, conservationists, iwi and hapu to get to this place of these high protected areas in Tikapu Moana, the Hauraki Gulf, just for the government to turn around and say, we're going to whack this massive amendment paper on the table which undermines all of that mahi to save $14,000 worth of revenue. I'd additionally ask, how many ringnet fishers are we actually talking about? Because we'd like some real clarity from the Minister about the trade-offs and the intentions with those trade-offs that the Minister is making. So those very basic questions to the Minister, and I'd appreciate him rising to his feet after I sit so that we can have this meaningful and proper engagement. How much resource has been wasted in producing this amendment paper to save $14,000 in ringnet fishers' revenue? But let's go a step further than that and also ask what the trade-offs actually are in terms of long-term sustainability of our fish stocks. Because has there been any economic quantification or cost-benefit analysis, if you will, about the exploitation and the continual extraction that this government seems to be intent on enabling from our natural environment, and how that will ultimately have a knock-on effect to the sustainability of those fish stocks, which in turn might actually deplete even more than that $14,000 per annum from ringnet fishers in terms of our totality of our fisheries. So those basic questions for the Minister, Mr. Chair. Those questions: how much resource, how much of the taxpayer money that this government likes to wax lyrical about has been wasted in producing this amendment paper that undermines the will of the people of this country, especially of Tāmaki Makaurau and especially of Auckland Central? In turn, how many ringnet fishers are actually going to be impacted? And has there been any broader economic analysis whatsoever about the detrimental economic impact that the likes of this amendment will actually have on those high protected areas and on our fish stocks?
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the member for Auckland Central for reminding me that when we did introduce this bill, it was part of a package, and that included changes to the fisheries plan, and I was doing that as the Minister for Oceans and Fisheries. But I think that all of that has been put to an end. So related to the previous contribution and asking what analysis has happened around this $14,000, what also has happened in relation to work that was on that fisheries plan and the relationship between the fisheries plan and this bill. Now, going to clause 19A, the new clause 19A in the amendment paper, this is the one where ringnet fishing for authorised person in certain high protection areas is, well, it's authorised. And in the commentary about this bill that I've heard reference to, there's been questions around grandparenting and how many of these fishers this exclusion or the authorisation will apply to. So the way that this clause works is it says that a person is authorised to undertake ringnet fishing by the Director-General in accordance with subsections 3 to 5. So then, if you go down to 3 and 5, it must be in writing. But 4 is really important here. So the Director-General may authorise a person to undertake ringnet fishing only if the person is a commercial fisher and the person has, before the commencement of this Act, undertaken ringnet fishing in one or both of the following high protection areas. So that would appear to be the grandfathering clause, but I would really like the Minister to engage in this question and this clause. So presumably, the people who are fishing at the moment, who are doing ringnet fishing in these areas, will be able to apply to the Director-General to continue, but nobody else will be able to apply to the Director-General to continue. So that might be where the government's coming from in terms of talking about grandfathering this provision. But later on in the bill, and it is in part 3, there is a clause 34, which is the ability to transfer permits. So the question here is, in noting that that is in part 3, but is there anything to stop these grandfathering these grandfathered people, once they exist, from transferring those permissions to fish in an area where otherwise it would be prohibited. So a couple of questions there. One is if he can take us through exactly how the grandfathering is supposed to work and what the parameters are on that. And the earlier question was about what is the relationship with the fisheries plan that had been consulted on. It was all consultation was all go when the election was happening. That would have restricted a good number of areas. If you can comment on that at more of a high level and how that interacts with this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I want to take us back for a minute to clause 16 in part 2. And I've got a few questions for the Minister, partly in response to some of what he said when we were previously debating this bill in committee stage, Mr. Chair. So, clause 16 lays out the purpose of the HPA, which is to protect and enhance Indigenous biodiversity within the high protection areas, and if that biodiversity is degraded, to restore it. So, parking that as the purpose, the overarching purpose of this bill, I want to make some comparisons between, of course, the bill that was reported back to this House by the Select Committee and the changes that have been brought in by the Minister through the amendments. Firstly, customary non-commercial fishing now no longer needs to meet biodiversity objectives. I will park that and I'll come back to that in terms of questions a little bit later. But we know, of course, that there were a number of conversations that were had between the fishing industry and Minister Jones. That then led to a cabinet note on the 26th of September where it was stated that Minister Jones has some potential amendments that were raised with him by the fishing industry, the seafood industry, to which the Minister in the chair replied he was not interested in progressing them. Great. But between then and October, when the announcement was made, things changed, and those amendments are the ones that we're debating here today. So I would like to know the rationale for those changes. The Minister spoke previously of the need for balance, which I accept. He made the point that if that weren't a requirement, then when we were in government, we would have just turned the entire of the Tikapa Moana, Hauraki Gulf, into a marine protected area. So I get the need for balance. We didn't do that for obvious reasons. I get the rationale for retaining customary non-commercial fishing. We would have retained it for those similar reasons. But I want to tease out the responses behind that rationale. The Minister, it has been mentioned in media reporting that the Minister did not respond to, so I would like a response here in the House today. It has been laid out that under 14,000 is the revenue of catch from across all HPAs, which means the potential revenue from the two HPAs will be a lot less than that. It is also set out in the Cabinet paper that less than 10% of the total catch from existing fishers happens in the HPA. So the economic argument there, from my point of view, is very weak. So if the Minister wants to defend that as the rationale for making the changes, I would like to hear whether there is other evidence that shows that the revenue is actually higher or that the total catch percentage is higher, and I would like the Minister to point to that evidence. Now, there's also been in the media some reporting that this is, and also Seafood New Zealand has pointed out that this is about saving the livelihoods of the fishers who are allowed to now continue to fish in the two HPAs. I want to echo the questions by my colleagues, both Chloe Swarbrick and Rachel Brooking, around the number of fishers that would be captured by this, because that is not, there are parameters in the amendment, but not the number of fisher people who would be allowed to continue. But it says in the Minister's own Cabinet paper that based on the nature and current distribution of ringnet fishing activities in the Gulf, it is likely that ringnet fishing activity that usually occurs within these HPAs could be relocated elsewhere in the Gulf with minimal impact to the fishers. My colleague Rachel Boyack has raised that previously, but there's been no response from the Minister on that point. So, if the argument is saving livelihoods and the Minister's CAB paper says that that
could actually take place in other areas of the HBAs, then that is also a weak argument. If it is not, I would like to hear why not from the ministers. The third argument is food for South Auckland. Again, been reported on in the media. Ministers have not commented on that. I would like to know, how will the minister ensure that the fish that is caught in the Gulf, in the HPAs, will actually feed the communities that Minister Jones has alluded to in the media? If not, why not? The minister previously responded, the minister laughs. Minister previously responded that it was vibes. I'm not sure that we should be making law based on vibes, Minister, that it is going to the communities, given that you are degrading the health of the moana to allow this to happen. So I think it is a fair question to ask where that food is going to go and how the minister will ensure. I've got more questions for the minister, but I'll leave it at this for now.
Honourable Tamakotaka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to respond to some of the genuine concerns that have been conveyed amongst the polarising verbiage this morning. And I remind members opposite that the protection offered by this bill and the amendments therein being proposed today is the result of a series of compromises over time. We all know that for many, many years, many communities, iwi, fishers, sea cleaners, a whole bunch of people have been really triggered to get something across the line, and that's what we're going to do today. We will not be reverting back to the mediocrity of repetitive noise when we've got a job to do, and that's to protect and triple the protection of the Hauraki Gulf. And that's what we are focused on. Environmental pragmatism is exactly what Raywin Pert of the Environmental Defence Society appreciated and acknowledged in recent articles, that actually we're doing a good thing by getting this over the line rather than resorting to 6 years of ideology. So, in response to some of the musings and questions of members opposite, welcome back to the Central Auckland MP to this discussion. The fisheries plan is one that the Minister of Oceans and Fisheries is responsible for, and he is conveying that. I understand that there were monitoring and indicators frameworks that have been established, and I'll also remind members opposite that Central Auckland is not the only electorate adjacent to the Hauraki Gulf. Second thing is that I really acknowledge and appreciate the mahi of Minister Shane Jones around the rock lobster ban. Absolutely fantastic. And I understand that some of the members who are not here today, I'll mention 3, in a recent Facebook post was seen eating perhaps trevally at the Toby's Seafood Market in Auckland recently. Section 19A on some electorate campaign. Section 19A, 5 fishers, no one else, review after 3 years, and the ability to transfer, no ability to transfer, not transferable, identified by the Director General by way of their fisheries client number, and the Director General will issue letters to the 5 fishers who are involved. Whilst we've received a bit of a lecture today about the economics of the situation, I'm here to respond to some of the ideological fever by saying this. There is going to be a tripling of the marine protection in the Hauraki Gulf, notwithstanding the 6 years that members opposite have sought under their leadership to get this across the line. Actually, the sea change kaupapa has been going for years before you turned up. Years before you turned up, there are people who are seeking an increase in protection, the dealing to the kina barons, and a whole range of other activities. And that's where we've landed today. And I'm very, very enthusiastic about the energy that's come to this issue, but also as we reach the denouement of this conversation. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just really like to draw the few people who may be tuned into Parliament TV, sorry for your time, their attention to the fact that that is supposed to be our Minister of Conservation, currently defending, eroding legislation that was first introduced to this House, which does do all of the things which he alluded to in his contribution in terms of tripling the protection in the Hauraki Gulf, but he has not done anything to progress that. In fact, if anything, all he has done is actively undermined it. And Mr. Speaker, my earlier contribution at the beginning of part 2 of this debate was asking the Minister to engage in a meaningful back and forth, because God forbid the people of this country deserve some answers to some really bloody basic questions. And the Minister did not engage substantively in any of those questions. Instead, he just sought to attack the opposition, and he called it ideological fever. How dare we ask about the economic analysis that this government has undertaken? Because the only facts that we have to go off of, based on the official advice that we have access to, that this Minister has received, is that this massive amendment paper, which makes carve-outs on behest of the fishing lobby and industry, is only going to save ringnet fishers revenue, non-profit revenue, of $14,000 per year. And the Minister can give us no insight, despite the very specific questions about how much resource was wasted in the public sector to get us to that point, nor can he provide any meaningful information, data, evidence, or, I don't know, even opinion on what the contrast is with the potential economic impact of allowing the undermining of these high protected areas and allowing these carve-outs for ringnet fishers, which ultimately, hopefully, the Minister of Conservation understands that ecology and economy are deeply interconnected. If you allow our resources to not renew because you deplete them to the extent of extinction, then you're going to destroy this thing that you say that you care about growing, Minister. So frankly, I think that anyone who calls themselves a Minister of Conservation and is currently priding themselves on bringing forward amendment papers which actively undermine the intention which he outlined in his contribution just then should hang his head in shame. So some more really basic questions that I hope that the Minister addresses, because not only, Mr. Chair, is this bad law, this is bad law made badly. The amendment paper that the government decided to drop on all of us did not have the typical requisite official information provided with it in the forms of the likes of regulatory impact statements with bills that are first introduced. Instead, they decided to go through a back door after what has been publicly reported as engagement with the fishing industry, and then drop this amendment paper on all of us. Again, completely blindsiding the community, the conservationists, iwi and hapu, that the Minister has the gall to cite as advocating for and progressing this legislation today. So, the basic questions that we have for the Minister remain, if he'd like to address them, about the actual contextual economic analysis here. How much resource was wasted to put this amendment paper on the table to ostensibly save $14,000 in revenue for ringnet fishers? That is a basic question, and if the Minister cannot answer that, then the public should be rightfully ashamed of him in this position. The second basic question is, what is the long-term economic impact of enabling these high protected areas to be undermined by further exploitation from these ringnet fishers? Again, just for saving $14,000 in revenue, apparently, from the best that we can make heads nor tails of the official information. $14,000 across all of the ringnet fishers. It blows the mind, Mr. Chair. We also really want to ask the Minister, because as members from the Labour Party have cited, we have heard time and again from ministers of this government that this is apparently about more affordable fish, and they've dared to cite people in South Auckland for that purpose. How exactly is this amendment paper going to get us any guarantee whatsoever of affordable fish, especially when he is allowing for the undermining in the long term of our fishing stocks? Basic questions for the Minister, please answer.
Yes, thank you for the rogue superfluidity that seeps through the sorcerous rage of members opposite. We are of the environmentally pragmatic space on the side of the House, and Raewyn Pert, again, one of the most well-known commentators and enthusiasts around the Hauraki Gulf, is absolutely in the headspace that we are in. Bank it, be happy, move forward, and get ready for more protection. one full-time equivalent in DOC has basically been working on the space for the last year. And as members opposite know, I might have a little bit of experience in the Hauraki Gulf that they may not have had experience with. So when iwi and Māori are thrown into random comments around what they want in the Hauraki Gulf, I would recommend that this House be absolutely careful and prudent around the selective use of narratives and polemics that actually may not recognise reality. In relation to the rationale for removing biodiversity objectives from the requirements for customary fishing, as I mentioned 3 times in the previous committee of the whole session that we had, I'll remember this one more time, I do not consider it appropriate for customary fishing to be regulated by the biodiversity objectives. I do not think that it's up to the Director General of Conservation or even members opposite to tell mana moana what their customary fishing should be or shouldn't be. And that's why we have very carefully, listening to iwi and Māori, listening to the very people that members opposite use as a sword to attack this debate and this committee of the whole, they have said to me, actually, we don't want our tikanga to be subject to a discussion around biodiversity. That's a matter that's for the Fisheries Act. That's a matter for the Fisheries Act. We don't want even more green tape or blue tape wrapping around the exercise of tikanga. No, we don't. What we want to have, this is what I've been told, is customary fishing intersecting with the Fisheries Act and not another weight, blue tape weight, on our shoulders when we are exercising our tikanga. That is what I have heard, and we have channelled that into amendments accordingly. Now, in relation to the targeted kahawai, trevally and grey mullet, species typically of low interest to the export market, and whilst we can't trace every fish caught, we do know that these types of fish are primarily for domestic consumption and more affordable than other options.
Arrogance of this minister is outstanding. And the fact that the Conservation Minister cannot provide a rationale for weakening protections to the Hauraki Gulf that is already degraded, and the degradation is laid out in great detail in his own cabinet paper, he has no remorse that he's weakening these protections. All he tries to do in this House is to take credit for work that wasn't even his. That was the culmination of 10 years of work by stakeholders. All he sits there and does is take credit for this. He cannot give us a rationale despite repeated questions and requests for an economic rationale. Tell us why fishing cannot be moved to different parts of the Gulf when your own cabinet paper says it can. Tell us how degrading the Gulf is actually going to be beneficial to anyone. He cannot give us answers to this, and so it is very clear that all this government is doing is pandering to the demands of industry lobbyists. That is literally the only answer that we on this House, this side of the House, can come to, because the minister will not answer any questions in a way that is substantive. So, let me ask again a couple of questions, and all members opposite can do is heckle. Take a call and tell us why your government is weakening protections in the Gulf. Try and give us a rationale that makes any sense. I dare you to. So let's go to, I'll leave the point around customary fishing, although the minister, actually, no, I won't, because I would like some answers from the minister as to who he's consulted with when it comes to mana moana. because there were submissions that those of us who were on, Minister's not even listening. So much care for conservation. The Minister's not even listening to our questions, let alone giving us any substantive responses here. All he's doing is having a chat with his hecklers on the other side of the house. But anyway, give us some answers, Minister. Who did you consult with when it comes to mana moana, asking for customary non-commercial fishing not to have to meet biodiversity objectives? Because we heard the opposite on the Select Committee as well, and I know that many of them made the point that it goes to the social licence, and that is an important point, whether the Minister thinks so or not. There was also part of the amendment that actually took out the requirement for regulations to be made collaboratively with mana moana from memory, and it's weakened that to just consultation with mana moana. So I would like to know where that came from as well. But going back to my point, who did the Minister consult with? I also have questions that the Minister has not answered when it comes to Amendment 90 or Clause 19A around the substantive detail around ringnet fishing for authorised persons. Who are they? The Minister named one seafood outlet. Does he want to name the other fishers who would be benefiting from this? Because why is he naming one and not the other? So if he's going to do that, then tell us who these fishers are. Tell us why they cannot fish in another part of the Gulf, and that protections in 2 HPAs has to be weakened in order to allow them to do so. And can the Minister confirm that 19A is a grandfathering? The grandfathering of this particular provision has been alluded to in the media, in media reports. Is this the provision that grandfathers it? If so, how? Because it's not very clear to me in that clause.
Chair, I would be very, very cautious before I start questioning my experience in the tikapa moana. Unlike others who speak from advocacy and the confines and privileges of this House, I have been responsible for actually establishing aquaculture in the Hauraki Gulf, mussels, eclonia restoration and scallop restoration. I've also been responsible for progressing and processing a variety of tourism concessions in the Gulf. I've also been responsible for encouraging a whole range of coastal restoration, particularly around places like Omana. So the undermining attacks on my experience, I would treat with severe caution. In relation to the types of representatives that I'm sure members opposite know very, very well, should I list them, just so you know the types of people that I engage with around the imposition, now rejected through this amendment, of rogue biodiversity objectives over and above customary arrangements. Whether or not that's Aotearoa skipper and others from Ngāti Pawa, Paul Majuri from Marutuahu, David Taipari from Marutuahu, Nicola McDonald from Ngāti Wai Ngāti Rehia, Mook Honock from Ngāti Manuhiri, Ngārimu Blair and others from Ngāti Whātua Orake, Billy Brown, Laurie Beamish, Jada McPhee and others from Ngāi Taiki Tamaki. I could list 50 people very carefully and their view that actually the encroachment of kāwanatanga and regulation on customary fisheries is not supported. And hence why we have said, no, customary fishing already has an interaction with the Fisheries Act. We're not going to go and double down on blue tape over and above that through imposing biodiversity objectives, not created or determined by Māori, but a range of individuals and organisations on that tikanga. We aren't going to do that. So again, 10 years of work, actually it's been a lot longer than that, and if the members opposite had taken the time to read through a variety of reports from 25 years ago, they would also see that the aspiration to deliver better protection of the Gulf continues to be channelled in different ways. But in light of what we are trying to progress today, absolutely, we are committed to tripling the marine protection of the Gulf, to ensuring that tikanga actually is acknowledged but not controlled. And that's the difference of ideology in this space. We are not trying to impose more regulatory imposts on the exercise of tikanga. We are just recognising it for what it is. It has its interaction, and actually we're very comfortable with that.
Land Farm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to pick up specifically on the Minister's admission, and it's clear with the bill that he said a number of engagements and compromises have been made. And I want to ask the Minister a number of questions about that, particularly in relation to the timeline of the decisions that led up to this amendment bill. And I've got a timeline here which really clearly outlines the stages, particularly of the Cabinet decisions which led up to this amendment paper. And what it makes really clear is that, the Minister was not accepting of these kind of exemptions earlier on in the process. And this timeline makes it really clear that, for example, on September 26th, there was a Cabinet paper that made it really clear, that literally said, you've met with the Minister of Oceans and Fisheries, who's raised potential amendments. You've indicated that you do not wish to progress any further amendments. And then just 4 days later, on September 30th, then we suddenly had evidence that these amendments had actually been inserted into the Cabinet papers, and the Minister recommending that they actually be implemented. Now, what I'm interested in understanding with that, because we've heard the Minister say both that accepting of the evidence that these exemptions will undermine the purpose of the whole point of the Hauraki Gulf Marine Protection Bill, but then we've also heard him say that he's got new advice from the Department of Conservation saying that it will have minimal impact. Now, what I'd really like to hear from the Minister is, will he share with the public and with this House today what that advice actually is, so we can be much more informed and understand those compromises that have been made? Because right now we're just in the dark about it, and we're having to take the Minister's assertions based on not a whole lot. So I would love to hear directly from the Minister about his process and whether the evidence about that minimal impact came before or after his decision, and what compromises does he believe he's been willing to make to allow these specific limited exemptions for these ring netters. And, he talked about just before about how, we don't want to add this excessive regulatory burden and make it really complicated. How does he perceive the exemptions for the ring netters will actually operate in practice? Because what we know is when people are out in their boats fishing, how do they identify, and how will authorities identify who can and can't be fishing in these high protected areas? Because presumably the community is going to be absolutely clued into where these areas are, and they may be approaching or questioning different vessels and what they're up to and who's allowed and whatnot. How is this actually going to work? So some response from the Minister about the pragmatics of that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Rachel Boyack.
Mr. Chair, I want to come back to the call that I took last week at the beginning of the committee stage on part 2, because the Minister gave some answers to my specific questions that that were, to be honest, far too broad and didn't actually get into the specificity of what I was digging into. And that is the matter of the section of the amendment paper that allows ringnet fishing in 2 of the HPAs, 2 of the high protection areas. So I want to come back to that, and it's just so that I'm really clear. It's Part 2, Clause 19 on page 16 of his tabled amendment paper 260. And I just remind the House that the reason we're digging in and asking these questions to get detailed answers is that we've asked the questions, we actually haven't had the detailed answers on this part of the amendment paper. It hasn't been to a select committee, and in usual practice, these types of changes would sit before a select committee so that we can actually get answers to the questions. So I will keep this call quite short because it's specific, my question. If you look at the Cabinet paper, which again I note again is actually the Minister's own words, so this is not advice he received or from any other organisation, his own words, paragraph 49 on page 9 of his Cabinet paper, it says, based on the nature and current distribution of ringnet fishing activities in the Gulf, it is likely that ringnet fishing activity that usually occurs within these HPAs could be relocated elsewhere in the Gulf with minimal impact to the fishers. So my question was, what specific advice has the Minister received in order to inform the comment he made in his Cabinet paper that specifically states that this fishing activity could be relocated elsewhere? Where, Minister? Where could it be relocated to? What advice did he receive? There would be advice that actually forms the guidance for the writing of this paper that is in his own name. And I note before that the Undersecretary, Jenny Marcroft, yelled out that the reason these places have been chosen is because that's where the fish are. Well, actually, the Cabinet paper says otherwise. The Cabinet paper says something entirely different to what she yelled out. So maybe she could take a call and elaborate on the advice she's received as the Undersecretary to show that this is the best place in terms of where the fish are. It specifically states here that activity could be relocated elsewhere with minimal impact. So that's my specific question, hasn't been answered with accuracy, and I'd like to hear from the Minister. Thank you.
Aotearoa Porter.
Thank you, Mr Chair. In relation to the question on who the fishers are, no, we won't be releasing those names. That's a privacy matter. And given some of the reported violence against these fishers, absolutely repulsive behaviour, we will not be releasing those names, but I'm sure if members opposite have a view, they too will exercise caution around that. In terms of ringnet fishing exemptions and enforcement, there are proposed to be 6 full-time rangers, shoreline technology, a collaboration between DOC, the 2 councils, Waikato Regional, Auckland Council and Fisheries New Zealand to ensure that the appropriate enforcement and compliance action is carried out, including on those small number of ringnet fishers. Will we share advice on the ringnet fishing decisions? I've been advised that the conditions on ringnet fishing will mean that the impact beyond target species are expected to be minimal. All advice I have received will be released proactively.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I just want to be crystal clear in response to the earlier contribution from the Minister in which he cited that members of the opposition were apparently putting a tax on his experience, particularly in Te Ao Māori. I just want to be crystal clear that's not what we were doing. Minister, none of this is personal. This is a matter of principle, the principles of Aotearoa New Zealand, and actually we think it's kind of about what words mean, because you can't say that something's a high protected area if you're then going to undermine that high protection. And we would say, Minister, that if you do want to entertain or engage with that previous experience that you yourself noted, we would invite you to apply that experience to the work that you do as Minister of Conservation, which I think would be the opposite of saying that it's too expensive to save our endangered wildlife. But more so than that, if you want to talk about how we should not be having tikanga in the space of this legislation subjected to greater regulation, then that, Minister, is an approach that you around the Cabinet table should apply to everything else that you're doing, whether it be the Regulatory Standards Bill, Education, Health, RMA reforms, or the Water Services Bill that went through this House earlier this morning, all of which sideline Te Ao Māori and tikanga Māori. But back to the kaupapa in front of us. That was quite an extraordinary contribution from the Minister earlier in which he finally responded to one of the 3 questions that I put to him with regard to economic impact and cost-benefit analysis. He spoke to how the resources that were used to produce the amendment paper that is on the table before us for this bill, dropped by the government and completely blindsiding community, conservation, iwi and hapu, who all worked on that sea change project for the better part of a decade. The Minister was saying that the only resources that have been used for a year on that amendment paper was 1 FTE in the Department of Conservation. This is brand new information. And what that information tells us with a cursory Google is that the approximate salary of one public official is around $100,000. So we're talking about around $100,000 cost, if we're to take the Minister's response at face value, for producing the amendment paper that is currently on the table to save, ostensibly, apparently, $14,000 in ringnet fishers' revenue. A back-of-the-napkin calculation tells us that the cost of that amendment paper is 7 times more expensive than the money that's being saved, Madam Chair. This from the government that waxes and wanes lyrical about waste of taxpayer money. And that's not even to touch the issue of the bigger problem that comes with exploiting and exhausting our natural environment to the point that it can no longer produce the resources that we desperately need. And the Minister exposed in his lack of answer earlier that there has been no economic analysis whatsoever on the long-term impacts of enabling these ringnet fishers to operate in these so-called high protected areas. Madam Chair, this brings me to the 2 amendment papers that are in my name on the table, which I would really invite members of the government to properly consider and not just vote in the way that they are told by their ministers, but to truly consider the principles that we are trying to achieve through progressing this legislation. The noble principles that the Minister gets up and cites every time he adds a contribution to this House about increasing the protection for our biodiversity. The first amendment paper in my name requires that if there are going to be any further exemptions or carve-outs to these high protected areas, to this legislation, that it cannot be done through the back door, that it cannot in any way, shape or form be exposed to the same kinds of allegations that we have seen levelled against the amendment papers in the public sphere with regard to backdoor access for lobbyists who can access our ministers in their rooms in the beehive and make these kinds of deals. So my first amendment paper would require explicitly that any further exemptions, if there are to be any, because we believe there shouldn't be, but if there are to be any, that they are brought back to this House for democratic participation and due scrutiny. The second amendment paper requires that there is a sunset clause on these carve-outs for the ringnet fishing exemptions. And we are, I believe, being incredibly charitable with this by saying that that sunset clause should operate with a 3-year time horizon. Because if the intention is to signal a transition into greater conservation, then that is precisely what this amendment paper would achieve.
Madam Chair. Honourable Rachel Brooking, but before I take the next call, I want to make it very clear that I would like questions rather than speeches for the next section of this, so questions directly to the Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to thank the Minister for answering one question and his barrage of very long and interesting phrases. And I'll come back to those in a minute because they are relevant, Madam Chair. But I asked about the grandparenting and how he was going to be sure that the grandparenting could not be transferred. And his answer was that there would be a letter from the Director General about that. So my follow-up question to that is, does he think it would be more robust if that was specified in the legislation, or going down to, and we're back on his amendment paper, we're back on 19A, which is on pages 16 and 17, does he think that 5C could be amended so that contain any other information prescribed by the regulations, that the relevance of not being able to transfer could be specified there or somewhere else in that section? I asked some questions about the role of the Minister of Oceans and Fisheries and the Hauraki Fisheries Plan, and also the change of the name of the ministers. And I haven't heard a good answer to that, but I'm wondering, when the minister uses phrases like sorcerous rage, if he is in fact pretending to be the Minister for Oceans and Fisheries, and if they have now become one. I'm also interested in when he said that he would treat with severe caution, questioning his experience, if that was a threat to the members of the opposition. And I note the previous contributor, and I won't repeat what she was saying, was basically saying this wasn't personal, but the Minister named a long line of people, many of whom I've dealt with in the past, and I have full respect for these people. But what I want to clarify is, was the Minister saying that in his list of names, including people like Nicole McDonald and others, is he saying that they wanted the changes in this amendment paper to those biodiversity objectives? Is that what he was saying? Because that is a very important thing to know. He can make his point that the Minister knows a lot more about this part of the country than, say, I do. I accept that fully, but it's not relevant to the bill. What is relevant is his amendment paper that is changing reference to those biodiversity objectives. And do those people that he mentioned support these changes? Was that his point? Was his point that they support the changes to the biodiversity objectives? Or was his point that he knows and talks to a lot of people? Or was his point something in between, that they had been consulted on the amendment? That wasn't clear, and it's very important because those names are now in this Hansard. And I note that during this committee stage, I have been getting messages from people, I won't name them, but people who have been named in this House by the Minister, where he has made it sound like those people are in support of the amendments. They are very clearly not in support of the amendments, but they do want this legislation to pass. And that is my position as well, Madam Chair. I want this legislation to pass because it is better than the current state. But significant amendments have been made, and it's unclear why they have been made. So I would like the Minister to also reflect that when he is bandering around these names, does he do that in saying that these people specifically endorse his amendments that are on this amendment paper, or that these are people who have spent their lives and will continue to spend their lives protecting the Hauraki Gulf, both now in the form that it will be in this bill, and that they will want to go further as well, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Aruna Williams.
Madam Chair. Taking your guidance, Madam Chair, on wanting more questions, this is my first call today, but I will ask every single question that I have written down diligently and prepared for this committee stage now to the Minister. Firstly, though he has left on the table any answer to my question about the safeguards to protect Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei's 20-year mussel bed restoration at Okahu Bay, can he confirm that shellfish restoration projects under sedimentation, that counter sedimentation and pollution in the Gulf that are led by whānau and hapu are not changed by these amendments, given the removal of hapu and whānau in his amendment paper, which is new material? I want to clarify whether that they still should continue, whether there should be a downing of tools on those, or whether they need somehow to have some sort of sanction from the body that sits above them. The next question is whether the bill dilutes customary rights in kaitiakitanga under the Fisheries Act in favour of commercial fishing. I think he has alluded to that. So my specific question for him is, for those marae at Mō Taerehe, Kawa Marae and Umapuia, the whānau there have Section 168 permits actively to test and manage the shellfish beds there. That is part of a biodiversity requirement in those permits. They are also customary fishing permits. What is the status of those permits now? Are those conservation objectives intended to continue under his amendments? Have commercial fishing interests been given a greater legal weight here than the environmental and cultural stewardship of hapu and whānau, given that those hapu and whānau that are progressing some of the projects that he himself has spoken about, like the shellfish restoration projects, the mussel restoration projects, the rock lobster restoration projects that he has referenced in this committee stage today, are they now secondary to the commercial objectives that Iwi Trust Boards hold, given that they hold the fisheries rights? With DOC now the lead agency, what is the position of Auckland Council to still be mandated to consult mana whenua and local hapu on marine protection decisions? It is council process that they would engage with hapu in some situations. It is council process that they have taken a view that though there are 19 iwi in the Tāmaki Makaurau area with registered rights and interests, that they have arrangements specifically to recognise interests of hapu in particular areas. One of those is Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei at Ukahu Bay, but there are others. Those are important parts of the way that councils around the country progress their relationships under Te Tiriti o Waitangi with hapu and with whānau. Those exist at a hapu level, not an iwi level. What does his amendment paper mean for those councils? The next question is, the bill appears to weaken collective governance envisioned in the Pare Hauraki collective redress deed. He has told the House that he has engaged with Paul Majuri. What did Paul Majuri say about the way that this bill interacts with those claims of hapu, which are not recognised as iwi because they will be recognised in a different way under that Collective Redress Act? How is it that the hapu that are recognised, that have treaty settlement rights and interests that arise from that collective redress, going to be ensured a seat at the council table and a seat at the biodiversity decision-making table, and those arrangements in the Taitimu Tai Whenua Sea Change report that Mr Majuri is an architect of? Is it clear how those hapu will be engaged, or will they now have to work through a new process with what is a recognised iwi? I think the Minister told us in our last engagement on this that all of them will be iwi. So is that now something that will then flow through to the collective redress way that those Customary Rights and Interests Act? I think that would be news to Mr Majuri, because over a long period of time, the rights and interests of hapu have been treated differently to the way that iwi are recognised in these collective redress settlements, and so the Minister should make that very clear to this House. The next question is, the bill's interaction with MACA and the RMA is unclear at the moment, particularly with those MACA rights under threat by this government's advertised work program, but no legislation that we can look at here. This amendment is clearly in response to that work, but we don't have any eyes on what the intended legislative reform to the rights of hapu and whānau in MACA are. There are 44 live claims here. There are claims here that have gone back centuries, and they interact with the customary rights and interests that have at different times been settled in different ways. The settlement approaches that apply to the Hauraki Gulf in the mid-1990s, particularly for Ngāti Whātua, are very different to the ones that were settled around the 2011 to 2014 collective redress period. Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
I'm going to take a call from the Honourable Tamapotaka, but I will say that I heard a reasonable amount of repetition coming up. So I'm going to take a call from the Minister, and then I want people to be precise from here on in.
Madam Chair, thank you for that opportunity to respond to a variety of questions, which I'll do one by one, especially around the hapu and whānau and marae comment. I mentioned this last week a couple of times, that if the member's contention is that 100 or more hapu be seated at the table with the Auckland Council or Waikato Regional Council, I think that's probably not what was intended by the question. But what I did say is that hapu and marae and whānau, their interests would be treated accordingly through the iwi. And I've said that a couple of times now. And I repeat again that the work of various hapu, and I understand that the member might be trying to define what an iwi is. I won't have that debate again. That was done many moons ago in the fisheries litigation. But the work of hapu and whānau will continue so long as it's not prohibited by the bill, and I expect that any mussel restoration at Okahumata Mamoi down in Ngāti Whātua Ōrākei will continue accordingly. That sort of monitoring won't need a permit. Removal or the introduction of mussels in an HPA, that's slightly different. That may need a permit. The status of fishing permits that exist for restoration reasons. Again, any activity in conflict with the prohibitions of the bill will need a permit under the bill. The provisions in clause 19A means that the materials can only, the clauses can only apply to the 5 fishers who meet the criteria outlined. In relation to the Director General's letter authorising ring net fishing to be specified in the legislation, it is, read clause 19A, 4 to 5. There was a question by one of the members opposite, who's currently not in the whare, will any further amendments be done through primary legislation rather than regulations? No. Other than the possibility to repeal the ring net fishing provisions following the 3-year review, we will not be pursuing a sunset clause. We will be pursuing a review.
I have a point of order from Rachel Boyack.
Madam Chair, Steve Abel was trying to make a point of order. That's
I'm really sorry. I was just engaging with the clerk for a moment. Point of order, Steve Abel.
The Minister mentioned the absence of a person from the chamber, Madam Chair.
Sorry, I didn't pick up on that, but if the Minister did that, it's something that we don't allow in the standing orders. So,
Madam Chair, what I referred to, FYI, is that someone who's not in the chamber made a question. The question was here, and then I gave the answer. I did not refer to that person's name.
Okay. No, that sounds fair to me, so the Minister may carry on with his answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does the bill affect Auckland Council's processes for marine protection? No, but they may consider existing protections when making decisions. Just in relation to the FTE, again, a question that was previously asked. The FTE at DOC has worked on the whole bill, not just the amendments. And I think there was a conflation thinking that one FTE has been working just on the amendments, and it's not just Section 19A. One person, one FTE, working on the whole bill. And of course, we have our expert colleagues here today.
Steve Abel.
Speaking to 19A in Part 2, specifically understanding a couple of things. In the course of the determinations the Minister made around allowing exemptions for ring net fishing, which are outlined in 19A, the high protection areas which are allowed to have ring net fishing in 19A2 are Kawau Bay, Rangitoto and Motutapu high protection areas. I wonder if the Minister can explain to us why those specific high protection areas were selected. Can he explain in terms of why they'd be eligible for exemptions when the official advice stated that while the continuation of ring net fishing in HPAs may benefit some ring net fishers, it is likely their catch and usually occurs in these HPAs could be relocated elsewhere in the Gulf. It's not actual, well, the question has not been answered, so I'm trying to put it another way. Why did the Minister choose Kawau Bay, Rangitoto and Motutapu high protection areas, noting that Seafood New Zealand recommended that ring net fishing is provided for in 5 proposed high protection areas: Kawau, Motu Kawau Island, Pakatoa, Tarahiki, Rangitoto, Motutapu and the Noises. The other thing that I would like to understand from the Minister is that in the course of the process of the decision making, whereby he moved from opposing there being the allowing of fishing in the high protection areas, and he then decided that he would allow it on the 30th of September, what were the conversations that were had with the Ministry of Primary Industries in his meeting with Minister Jones himself and the Ministry of Primary Industries on the 24th of September from 5 p.m. to 5:30 p.m, what was the content of the conversation that was had about the pressure that they were under from Seafood New Zealand to allow the ring net fishing? Can the Minister please elucidate on that? My third question is 19A.4. The Director General authorises a person to undertake ringnet fishing only if A, the person is a commercial fisher. In determining to undo the primary structure of this legislation designed to protect the Gulf with high protected areas, part of the negotiation to achieve that was with recreational fishers. And recreational fishers bought into the principle that for the good of the overall health of the fishery, that these areas should be high protected areas, absolutely off limits to any kind of fishing except for customary. Now, rec fishers bought into that. Why in his determinations did he not think that rec fishers had some right to be included in consideration if he was now going to allow commercial fishers? And Matt Watson, who is a high-profile New Zealand rec fisher, is one of the fishers who's very upset about the government's position on this. What is the Minister's response to those rec fishers who are rightly dismayed that they are expected, and many of these people are your everyday common fisherman or fisherwoman who go out to catch some kai to eat for their family table, and they are not allowed to fish in these areas, but the commercial fishers are. So in his considerations, why is it that he gave special preference only to those commercial fishers and he did not consider the other people who have an interest in the Gulf, including the rec fishers?
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Tamapotaka.
Yep. Look, there's been a number of comments and spurious speculation about what goes down in meetings. I didn't get any pressure from Seafood New Zealand around the nature of various amendments within the amendments bill presented. And I know that there will be some members opposite that would like to throw the Hail Mary about what may or may not have happened. No, we're not in that space. The space we're in is getting this matter moving forward. I won't draw on a long line of speculation. In relation to the rec fishers, again, it's comforting to know that members opposite actually acknowledge that there is some fishing taking place in the HPAs, albeit exalted through a side wind off to the other side, that actually there is fishing taking place in those HPAs. And I'll remind members that there has been a compromise over these matters for many, many years. And we have reached a space where actually through the democratic process, it's not me that decides, it's this House that decides how we progress the amendments through to legislation. So it's not me, it's this House, and the parliamentary process prevails. Some members opposite would ban all fishing. We won't. Some members opposite would like to see a lot less fishing between that line to Hawariamaki out to Colville. That is the view of some members. That's not the space we're in, because we acknowledge that there are recreational, customary and other fishers who seek to continue their mahi, recreational or otherwise, feeding their whānau within the inner Gulf te moana nui a toi te huatahi. So we are very comfortable in progressing part 2 to its logical conclusion.
Tim Costley.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is being called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Airima ngā pōti e whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. The question is that Honourable Marama Davidson's tabled amendments to AP number 260, amending paragraph A in clause 18.1 and deleting proposed new clause 19A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ere mga poti e whakai.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan's tabled amendment to AP number 260, replacing paragraph A and proposed new clause 19A4 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
A ere mga poti e whakai.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Land Farm's tabled amendment to AP number 260, inserting subclause 4A and proposed new clause 19A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ere mga poti e whakai.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is, we can hear you through the microphones. The question is that Chloe Swarbrick's tabled amendment to AP number 260, inserting new clause 19B be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
A ere mai whakai.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Because nothing else.
Yes.
The question is that the Minister's amendments to Part 2 set out on AP number 260 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no.
I said it.
The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ere mai whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The amendment, the question is agreed. Chloe Swarbrick's tabled amendment to clause 18, inserting new subclause 3, is ruled out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that part 2 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, we now come to part 3. Part 3 is the debate on clauses 26 to 69, permits, enforcement and regulations for protected areas, and Schedule 5. The question is that part 3 stand part. Rachel Boyack.
I want to ask a question of the Minister about part 3, clause 67, which is around the regulations for restrictions and conditions that apply to authorised persons undertaking ring net fishing. And Madam Chair, if you will allow me, this clause is referenced in part 2, clause 19A, 5B, which is a section I was going to ask some questions about in part 2.
I'm not allowing you to go back to part 2, only as the clause relates to part 3.
This is as it relates, so okay. I'm asking as it relates.
As long as it relates to the specific wording in part 3,
correct.
I will allow it.
That is exactly what I'm doing, Madam Chair. And so in clause 67 it says the Governor-General may, by order in Council made on the recommendation of the Minister and the Minister responsible for administration of the Fisheries Act 1996, make regulations that prescribe restrictions and conditions that apply to an authorised person undertaking ring net fishing in accordance with section 19A. So it refers back to section 19A. I've got a question to start with, and I'll probably have to come back because there's a number of questions in this clause around that authorised person, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, one of the what happened during Scrutiny Week when the Minister of Oceans and Fisheries appeared before the Select Committee, he advised the Select Committee that there would be 3 authorised people who were going to be allowed to undertake ring net fishing in the HPAs. He said that they would be named in the legislation, Madam Chair. And so my question to the Minister today is, this is specifically talking about an authorised person. Who are these authorised people, Madam Chair? Why has the Minister chosen to go against what the Minister of Oceans and Fisheries advised the Select Committee? Now, I'm not suggesting either way which way is the better option. I think that it's actually unusual to name parties in legislation, unless you're the government and you're naming fast-track projects. It's unusual to do that. However, the reason I'm asking this question is that the Minister of Oceans and Fisheries did actually state that those authorised people would be named in the legislation. So my question to the Minister is, why have they not been? How many authorised people will there be is my next question. There have been various numbers thrown around, and I understand the kind of common number of people that's thrown around is 3 people who will be authorised, but again, this doesn't stipulate the number of authorised people. Will there be 3? Will there be 6? Will there be 10? And what parameters will be put in place to ensure that it can't continue to expand is my other question to the Minister, because there is concern, Madam Chair, about the sheer number of people who may be able to access this exemption and be listed, be granted an exemption and be considered an authorised person. So I will come back. I've got more questions for the Minister, but that's my first one to begin with.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Tamapotaka.
I'll repeat the answer that I gave earlier. These fishes will not be named. It's not the current intent of either myself or the Minister of Fisheries to name those people. As I mentioned before, the member may not have been in the House. There have been some concerns around the abuse and violence levelled towards various fishers across this space. Those fishers who will be eligible to go ring net fishing are set out in the clause 19A.
Land Farm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions are directly relating to Part 3, Subpart 1, and clauses 27 and 28, so both around application for permit and Director General who may seek further information. Now, I'm wondering and really keen to hear very clearly from the Minister about what was or is there a due diligence process when it comes to permits or exemptions under this bill. Now, I'm asking that because it's not quite clear from the information what the scope is of what the Director General could ask for, because it's extremely broad. And is that the intent? Secondly, does any company or individual with permits or exemptions under this bill have any record of poor compliance records or Fisheries Act prosecutions? Because I think it would be really comforting for the public, particularly all those who are really concerned about particularly the ring net exemptions, if the Minister could confirm that there has been due diligence that has been applied to this bill as a whole, but particularly as it pertains to permits and exemptions under the bill which are in these clauses. I think as well what it would be really good to know is if it did emerge that there were any poor compliance records or even prosecutions that have been made against individuals or companies that are given these permits or exemptions through this bill. What would that mean in terms of if they do have existing permits or exemptions? And would the Minister actually take action in response to those to ensure that the community can trust that there are essentially actors, you know, doing the business and not acting in bad faith when it comes to permits or exemptions under the bill? So I'd really like to hear from the Minister a response on those things. Thank you.
Hana Rafiti Maipi Clark.
Minita, tēnā rā tātou e te whare. E tuana hau ki te wahai ngā kōrero mō te Pāti Māori I te rangi nei, waihoki ngā etihi o ngā mana whenua o hauraki. Me te mea anō hoki, I represent the Māori electorate seat of Hauraki Waikato that geographically covers the whole Hauraki and the whole of Waikato from Papakura all the way down to Te Awamatu. So I'm just, will be referring to some of the amendments and asking questions that I have made in Part 3, Clause 28 and Clause 29. Some of my tabled amendments today is around Clause 28. In Clause 28, Subpart 1, replace the Director General, Director General may with the Director General must. In Clause 28, Subpart 1B, after consult, insert relevant mana whenua, including. And then in Clause 29, Subpart D, after activity, insert through engagement with relevant mana whenua. And so these amendments ensure that there is a mandatory consultation process, and when giving permits, this process must consult with mana whenua. Because I know for a fact that when whānau go for a dive or are fishing together kai moana or kai for kaupapa or tangihanga, they will be the ones that will be criminalised and fined rather than the big corporate commercial fishing companies who exploit our taonga and kai. So these amendments are designed to ensure mana whenua have input into these applications for permits to undergo fishing and diving throughout the moana. These amendments follow on from points raised in submissions by a number of hauraki iwi, and which also consider critical feedback on the bill by Te Ohu Kai Moana, Te Pāti Māori opposes this bill in line with concerns raised, for example, Hauraki Māori Trust Board and Te Ohu Kai Moana. These amendments proposed in response to the need to ensure that new breaches of Te Tiriti o Waitangi occur for Hauraki iwi towards a sustainable management of the moana. I do have quite a long set of questions that I want to ask the Minister as well. On mana whenua involvement, they all relate to clause 29 and 28 in part 3. On mana whenua involvement, how does this bill in its current form ensure that mana whenua have genuine input into decisions about activities in the moana? Why should mana whenua not be explicitly named as groups as the Director General must consult with, rather than leaving it to discretion? What safeguards exist in the current bill to protect whakapapa relationships with the moana? And on decision-making powers, why is it the Directors General's only permitted rather than required to seek further information and consult mana whenua before granting permits? Should such significant powers be exercised without mandatory engagement with those who hold kaitiakitanga? On Te Tiriti o Waitangi, what steps have been taken to ensure that no new breaches of Te Tiriti o Waitangi will occur under this bill? Given the concerns raised by Hauraki iwi and Te Ohu Kai Moana, how can the Crown justify proceeding without stronger tiriti-based protections? How does this bill recognise the rights and responsibilities of mana whenua as granted under Te Tiriti? On proposed amendments, why would Parliament resist changing the wording from may, quote, may to must in clauses that deal with consultation and information gathering? How does inserting relevant mana whenua clause into 28 subpart 1b strengthen decision making? Why is engagement with mana whenua not already required when considering biodiversity impacts and other effects under clause 29? And on accountability and sustainability, with the last 30 seconds, what mechanisms in the bill ensures accountability to iwi and hapu who will most be affected by these decisions? Without these amendments, how can Parliament guarantee sustainable management of the moana that is consistent with tikanga and kaitiakitanga? And last question for the Minister, do current provisions go far enough to balance Crown authority with iwi rights and responsibilities? Tēnā rā koe.
Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too have some questions specific to clause 27 in subpart 1 of part 3, particularly to 27(2)(c), and that is around the anticipated effects of the proposed activity. Subpart 1 around the application for permit lays out the process. Person applies to the DG for a permit to be authorised to undertake the prohibited activity within the protected area, and 2 sets out what the application needs to include. My question is around whether the DG would be required to look at the impacts around bycatch, and I specifically raise this because conservationists have said in the public domain that ring netting is also indiscriminate when it comes to a form of fishing, that while it targets small bait fish, which in itself is an issue because species like snapper rely on the small bait fish, so that's a separate issue, but that there is bycatch. Other species like seabirds, rays, and other fish species are often ensnared in these large nets and killed. And the purpose, again, of the HPA is to protect the biodiversity within it. So my question to the Minister is whether he would consider a change to require the DG to look at the anticipated effects that include the bycatch in those areas before, anticipated bycatch, before a permit can be granted. My second question is to do with 28(1)(c), which allows the DG to commission any report that the DG considers appropriate when deciding whether to grant the permit or not. And again, I would like to ask the Minister, firstly, what reports he would anticipate a DG would require or commission, and whether he would move to or consider an amendment that would require the DG to commission a report to look at the impact on biodiversity objectives, including anticipated bycatch in that area. My third question to the Minister is on 28 part 2. This is the clause where the applicant must pay the costs associated with the DG's inquiries under this section in the manner provided in the regulations. That has been deleted, and I would like to ask the Minister why that has been removed. I do have a few more questions, but those relate to sort of parts that are further on. So I will stop here and hope the Minister answers these questions.
Madam Chair. Steve Abel.
Chair, following on from my colleague, I'm also asking questions about subpart 1 regarding permits. And for context, in 27 brackets 1, a person may apply to the Director General for a permit authorising the person to undertake a prohibited activity within the protected area. And to understand what those are, we need to go back to part 2. Those prohibited activities are set netting, potting that occurs within Area A on Survey Office Plan, etc., shown in the area diagonal lines, and bottom long lining that occurs within Area A. So set netting, potting, and bottom long lining. Now, if we go further down subpart 1, we find the decision of the Director General on page 2230. The Director General, after considering an application for a permit and any further information, they may grant the permit if satisfied, among other things, in part 1B, they may grant the permit if satisfied that the activity is necessary. I want to prosecute that word necessary, Minister. Whenever do you envisage that it will be necessary to permit set netting, potting, and bottom long lining in a high protected area? What is the definition that you will use to evaluate that it is necessary to do those things? It completely contradicts, surely, the purpose of the legislation. So my question is, what are the things that you would deem as rendering it necessary to allow not only ring net fishing in these areas, but also set netting, potting, and bottom long lining?
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
A few questions from me on part 3. One is the continuation of a discussion we were having in part 2 around the grandparenting of the ring netting.
But a new point relating to a clause in part 3.
Absolutely. Okay, but it is related because the bill is just one bill. It's very definitely a new point, but the Minister said the Director General would write to them. But I'm wondering if he would also consider in clause 34, so at pages 24 and 25 of his amendment version, adding a new subclause C, so to say, and the permit holder is not authorised under section 19 big A. So to say that, to make it clear that those section 19A authorisations cannot be transferred under this, what will be new section 34. So that's one question. If he'd consider that, that I think would be clearer than his answer, which is on the Hansard, which I appreciate, that the Director General would write a letter about that issue. Now, moving on then to offences, and so this is at what would be new section 41, offence to undertake prohibited activity within a within protected area. The punishment has changed quite dramatically here. So it was a fine not exceeding $100,000, and now there's an option of still having that fine, or a sentence of community work. And of course the sentence to community work seems quite different than a fine of $100. So I was wondering if the Minister could comment on why that change has been made. So that's two questions. Moving on now into regulations, and these start at page 36. I'm particularly interested in, so there's a general regulatory power that hasn't changed at clause 65, but then there are some changes at 66, which is regulations for biodiversity objectives and associated restrictions. And the one that I'm particularly interested in relates back to a discussion for questions I've had in both part 1 and part 2, but this is specifically on part 3, is at 2, there's been a change so that the Minister must be satisfied that, and there's a deletion at A, which is the requirement that the Minister has to consult with the Minister for Fisheries. And why I'm interested in this is the Minister hasn't clearly answered my other questions about whether or not this...
Could you just repeat the last piece of what you said where you were specifically referring
Oh yes, so I'm on page 30, I'm on page 37 of the amendment paper.
Yeah.
And there was a requirement at 2A that the Minister for Fisheries be consulted, but that has been deleted in the amendment paper, and I'm asking why it's been deleted, and is that because with the other changes in the definitions of who the Minister is, that the Minister could be, the Minister administrating this Act can now be the Minister of Fisheries, and is it the intent that the Minister administrating this Act is the Minister for Oceans and Fisheries and not the Minister for Conservation, and that is the reason for this A being deleted. Because if it is that the changes in part 1 and part 2 that enable the Prime Minister to decide who the Minister in charge of this piece of legislation is, if that enables it to be either the Minister of Conservation, the Minister for Oceans and Fisheries, or some other minister, then shouldn't there be a requirement for whoever that minister is to consult with the other one? So if the minister in charge of this legislation is the Conservation Minister, then they must consult with the Oceans and Fisheries Minister. But if this bill now enables the Minister for Oceans and Fisheries to be the minister in charge of this bill, shouldn't there be a requirement then for that minister to consult the Minister of Conservation? So that is my question on that that regulation. I've got some more questions, but I see that the Minister was eager to answer, so I will defer to him.
Kia ora.
Honourable Tamapoto.
Madam Chair, thank you for this chance to respond to various questions in relation to Clause 27. The information required will be provided on the DOC website. It is an operational matter, but the form of the application or the materials that will be needed will be set out on the DOC website. In relation to whether or not the Department Director General be required to consider bycatch limits, bycatch impacts, no, not for issuing an authorisation for ring net fishing, but they will be considered at the 3-yearly review. The types of reports the DG might consider when considering a permit application, that's a case-by-case basis that are relevant to the application. It's not required by the bill. Cost recovery, why was that deleted? It was deemed not necessarily, as the ability to cost recover on the bill is actually set out in the Conservation Act. There are a number of questions in regards to safeguards around Te Tiriti o Waitangi and various kaitiakitanga aspirations. There have been changes made into the Act that set out in Clause 4, Subclause 2, around signposting and signalling how we would like to see Te Tiriti o Waitangi responsibilities, Treaty of Waitangi responsibilities carried out, and you'll see them well articulated both in Clauses 4, 5A and 8. Yes, iwi, comment on Te Ohu Kaimoana. My understanding and advice I've received is generally Te Ohu Kaimoana comfortable with the direction of travel. Of course, they've written or communicated with officials and others around their expectations going forward, and many of those expectations, I understand, have been met. There is a significant commitment within the coalition government and within this bill to uphold treaty Te Tiriti settlements. That's in clause 8A. The information the Director General of Conservation can ask for when considering a permit application in relation to ringnet fishers, that's all set out in clause 19A. And how many authorised ringnet fishers will there be, and will this number grow in the future? For the 16th time around these discussions, we've said it's up to 5 because that's the number that have the fisheries number now, and that's set out in clause 19A. Clause 19. No, the fishers that are able to apply for is set out in clause 19A. Now, you want to know the number and the identity, and I've said 4 times today, we will not be giving that to you. We will not be announcing that. And of course, there's privacy issues that are attached to that. In relation to clause 41, there is optionality given that it's a strict liability arrangement. So the amendment enables a little bit more granularity of response in the enforcement process, particularly given the strict liability arrangements therein. There are a couple of other questions that were asked. Just pulling on that. The expectation around consulting with mana moana or mana whenua, I think that the practice of the decision maker in that regard will be influenced heavily by the references to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the Treaty of Waitangi, in both this proposed legislation and also the Conservation Act 1987.
Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Madam Chair, I have a quick clarification from what the Minister just said in his response around 28 subclause 2, which is the removal of the cost recovery requirement. So is the Minister saying that the taxpayer now has to pay for individuals to get a permit to fish in a high protection area? Because I think that is quite unfair, but I just want clarification around that. My second question, Madam Chair, is to do with clause 32, which lays out the revocation of permit or amendment to permit conditions due to adverse effects in other grounds. This clause lays out the grounds under which the DG may revoke a permit at any time if certain conditions are not met. So with 32 Part A states that the DG can revoke a permit if it's causing adverse effects to the protected area that are greater than those anticipated at the time the permit was granted. That goes back or relates to my previous question around the anticipated effects of the proposed activity and whether that will include a projection on the bycatch that will be caught in the method of fishing that is allowed now in these 2 HPAs. My second question around that, though, is how would the DG monitor this? Because the review period for the specific permit regime is, from what the Minister said previously, can't find the clause in here, but from what the Minister said, it's 3 years. So if there are specific changes that mean or contribute to a further degradation of those 2 HPAs within that 3-year period and before the review takes place, how will the DG be able to determine this in order to be able to then revoke a permit based on those adverse effects? And that actually also relates to subclause B or 32B, which states that it could be revoked if it's inconsistent with the biodiversity objectives for the protected area in a manner that wasn't anticipated. So same question there, will bycatch be involved in that determination as well? And if so, how will the DG be able to reasonably determine that? My next question, Mr. Chair, is around clause 41, which is under offences. And I note that 41.3b is new. and that is around the sentence of community work. A person who commits an offence referred to in subsection 1 or 2 is liable on conviction to not just a fine not exceeding 100,000, but it could be either a fine or a sentence of community work. That seems to be a weakening of that particular offence protection, and so I'd like the Minister to answer why that is.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Chair. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I responded to the question around the offences before and the fines, or alternatively a community-based sentence, and it was omitted by mistake. I understand it was already approved by Cabinet. However, with a strict liability offence, providing optionality for responding to that is a very good thing. There was a question around whether or not the Minister of Conservation would need to consult with the Minister for Oceans and Fisheries. The Minister of Conservation is the Minister responsible for this bill, and this drafting aligns with the Legislation Act. Amendments to ensure permits can't be transferred. The ringnet fishing provision is set out in Part 2. Section 34 would not allow for a ringnet fishing provision to be transferred. The DG authorises it. It's under a different regime in the bill. Just to mention in response to members' question about what might be considered necessary in an HPA, there could be research, there could be restoration activities and a number of things that may be necessary in an HPA that is enabled through that. And in terms of cost recovery and taxpayers, no, there's no cost to the taxpayer for ringnet fishing authorisations. They are not permits under Part 3 of the bill.
Rachel Boyack.
I just want to come back to clause 67 because I have some further questions for the Minister on a different section of this clause, and so I'm going to start, Mr. Chair, with 67 2A3, just for clarification. So that's 67 2A2. Love reading this legislation when my eyes are starting to get a little bit older. Mr. Chair, it states here that the regulations made under subsection 1 must provide for restrictions relating to the species of fish that an authorised person may target, which may be all or any of the following species only: kahawai, grey mullet and trevally. And Mr. Chair, I have an amendment to this clause, and this is actually a really good reason why it's frustrating to have amendments like this come through the committee stage and not at select committee, because we can dig in with PCO at select committee around whether the actual wording in the clause will reach its intention. And so my amendment would be to change in the second sentence the part which is which may be all to which must be all, because my concern is that when it says which may be all or any of the following, could that actually be interpreted, Mr. Chair, to allow for other species of fish to be fished as a fishing activity by those who have been authorised to undertake ringnet fishing in one of these two HPAs? So that's my first question to the Minister, is would he consider supporting my amendment? And I'd love it if he could talk to PCO around whether that wording is actually tight enough to achieve the intent, which I believe is that only those 3 species can be targeted. The use of the word must would be a very minor amendment and would actually make it stronger, it would strengthen it, and it would ensure that only those 3 fish can be targeted with that permitted fishing activity. My second question is also related to 67.2b, which says that, again, the regulations made under subsection 1 may provide for any other restrictions or conditions that apply to an authorised person undertaking ringnet fishing that the ministers consider necessary. And so my question for the Minister is, can he give some examples of what those other restrictions or conditions could be? Has he received advice on what they would be? How would they be enacted? Would it be through secondary legislation, through regulation? Having as quite a broad clause, Mr. Chair, and again I just note that this is why we get frustrated when large amendments that are quite substantial get dropped in the committee stage. They could even actually go back to select committee just for a week, Mr. Chair, to allow for those of us on this side of the House who haven't had the opportunity to ask PCO what is the intent behind that particular part of the clause, Mr. Chair. And so those were my two questions to the Minister. Would he consider my amendment? Because I think it would strengthen it, would give that certainty that it's only those three species that can be fished. And secondly, can he give us some more detail around the intent, the advice he's received under 67 2B, and how those restrictions or conditions could be applied? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Land farm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to pick up specifically on quite a substantial part of the bill, which is on page 40, and it's clause 68A, which involves the ministerial review of ringnet fishing provisions. And I'm wanting to pick up on this particularly because there actually is a way within this provision to offer all of those people out there, particularly the communities around Te Kapamoana, the Hauraki Gulf, some form of assurance and transparency as part of this process. Because what this specific clause outlines is that the minister and the minister actually responsible for the administration of the Fisheries Act 1996, that they must actually initiate a review of the operations of these ringnet fishings, which are contained in this amendment, before the expiry of 3 years from the commencement of this Act. Now, what I would propose to the Minister is to seriously consider changing that to 1 year. And the reason I think he should do that is because of all of the concern that's been going on with the communities and the fact that he has, as he's, reiterated, he's had different advice from officials that no longer says that these protections would undermine the purpose of the Act, that apparently the advice now says that, these ringnet fishing exemptions might have minimal impact on biodiversity. We're really keen to see that, and we haven't actually heard the Minister address directly whether he will share that information. But one way he could do that is by actually initiating this review earlier. And the key part about it is because it actually looks at those costs and benefits of the ringnet fishing provisions, because particularly with that 14K in revenue that we've heard in media and talked about in the committee of the whole stage, if there is counter evidence, then we would like to be able to see that really weighed up in an actually sound, considered way, so that the public and all of those people who have been involved in this process for so many years actually have transparency about it. The critical part of it as well is that it allows in this ministerial review for those ministers to then recommend in response to that whether these ring-netting fishing provisions should actually be retained, should they be amended, or should they even be repealed. So if the Minister was really, he's been really clear all along that this has been a number of compromises that he's had to make. Presumably he wants to be open and transparent with the public about the actual advice and evidence he's been given to make these compromises. So would he consider changing the review timetable within this clause to earlier? I would really like to hear the Minister's response to that. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're very confident that a review take place in answer to an earlier question around a sunset clause. That's not the position. We will be undertaking a review and welcome that as a pragmatic way to get on with the mahi. In relation to clause 67.2, subsection 2, the proposed amendment will require that all 3 species should be targeted, whereas the earlier drafting meant it could be limited to 1 or 2 of the species. How will any adverse effects to HBAs from ringnet fishing be addressed before the 3-year review? There'll be enforcement and monitoring of the protections provided by the bill. This includes the high protection areas where the ringnet provision is provided for. It takes time for these effects to be clear, and reviewing after 3 years informed by monitoring will help that. Restrictions or conditions that could be for ringnet fishers, well, those are well set up. 1 vessel at a time, must be less than 6 metres and stay within the vicinity of the net while fishing. Unlike some of the reports with trawlers splayed all over photos, that's not what it is. It's just diversionary malarkey. In regards to considering reducing the 3-year review period to 1 year, well, we've got to take time to review the activities and the protection, and it's appropriate that it takes place after 3 years.
Rachel Brooking.
Mr Chair, I thank the Minister for answering some questions in this part. I note that I haven't heard any comment on my suggestion that the transfer clause could be amended to exclude section 19A, so that's excluding, specifically making it clear in the transfer clause that the ringnet fishing exemption can't be transferred. And also, I also heard in the Minister's responses, he said the Minister for Conservation is in charge of this act, of this bill. But back in part 1, the definition of minister is changed so that it can be whoever the Prime Minister gives the delegation to. But regardless, even if the Minister is right and if he could explain why then there's that change in definition, that would be useful. But why would you not want the Minister of Conservation to consult the Minister for Fisheries, and vice versa? If the Ministry for Fisheries has in fact got the delegation for this act, surely you would want the Ministry of Fisheries to consult the Minister of Conservation. But moving on, I'm interested in clause 67. This has been deleted and it's been replaced with another clause, but it just relates, that the Minister's discussed, that just relates to ringnet fishing, which is quite different. So it's been replaced by something quite different. And section 67 that's been deleted allowed for regulations that looked at additional management and was related to the biodiversity objectives. And we had some discussion in part 2 about the biodiversity objectives, and the Minister named a whole lot of people in the House, and I asked and didn't get an answer, but it's relevant to this part as well. Was the long list of people that he named, were they all endorsing these changes to the biodiversity objectives? And that's relevant to this clause 67 as well. Or are they just good people who do good things in this area? Two quite different things. And then he might want to comment as well, going further through to 67, which my colleague Rachel Boyack was just talking about. That also requires that those regulations must provide for the period of time, and there's a season there being the 1st of March and ending on the 31 of August. Is there anything particular to that, or is it standard practice, the season there? You might want to comment. And then going further, we had some questions from Land Farm on 68A, but I'm quite interested in 68B. So this is an order in council repealing the ringnet fishing provisions, and it does seem to be a Henry VIII clause. So what that means is that a regulation, so not the statute, suddenly can be made, and that amends the statute. And I'm hearing that it's been. I'm now being accused of filibustering, Mr. Chair, and saying that it went to select committee. But of course, these, I'm looking at the underlined things that are I'm looking at the amendment paper rather than rather than the bill as reported back from the Select Committee. So that is the difference, and thank you for the member opposite there proclaiming that I wrote the bill. Whilst I certainly had some involvement in the progress of this bill and the introduction of this bill when I was the Minister for Oceans and Fisheries, I cannot claim to have written it. It has, of course, been the work of many people over, as we know, over at least a decade, and well done to all of them. So, and now being told that we should support it, and of course we are supporting the bill, but the bill has been amended, and it's been amended for these ringnet fishers, but also around these biodiversity objectives as well. So I'm wanting some clarity on whether the people who the Minister named before are supporting those changes to the biodiversity objectives. Are they supporting the changes to the ringnet fishing, or are they just do they have the position that I have, which is we want this bill to pass. It is a good bill, but the Minister has made some bad changes which has delayed this whole process by over a year. And could he answer my questions, please?
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Minister.
As I mentioned earlier, and as I'm sure members will be aware, iwi leaders are quite accustomed to various compromises in legislative and regulatory processes, and the iwi leaders that I've engaged with are absolutely opposing more regulatory, bureaucratic noise coming in over the top of customary fishing. They do not want more regulation from the kāwanatanga over and above the tikanga practices of going out to get a kai. That's why we are retaining the location of customary fishing alongside the Fisheries Act, rather than heaping more regulatory noise on top of customary fishing by way of this Act. It's not necessary for Clause 34 to say the ringnet fishing cannot be transferred to, as the ringnet fishing is not a permit. Mr. Chair, happy to note that in relation to 68B, there may be an option in time for the Governor-General to pass that order in Council, made on our recommendations to discontinue ringnet fishing, and that may happen. Let's wait and see.
Just before I call, I might just note that interjections from one side or the other normally don't introduce new material, but when they're done in a very loud and informed voice, it may well be that they are actually adding new material that might prolong the debate. Steve Abel.
We have appreciated having the Minister of Climate Change here chirping away, and last time we saw him in the House, he was reading out a bill to bring back oil and gas exploration, which is funny that the Minister of Climate Change, who's complaining about us forgetting what the environment is. But anyway, it's nice to have you here, Minister, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two very quick points actually to make. My first one, before I get to the substantive one at 68A, is to clarify my question, which was not answered by the Minister. The Minister answered as to when permits would be issued and said that the purpose of those permits could be scientific experimentation, for example. Well and good. No one's going to have any issue with that, I can imagine, so long as it's done in a way that remediates and doesn't harm. My specific question was that in that subpart 127, there is permission for permits to be issued to undertake prohibited activities in the high protection area. And those prohibited activities are listed at 1A, set netting, potting and bottom long lining. And my question was, under what circumstances would it be deemed ever necessary to permit set netting, potting and long lining in the high protected area? That was the specific question. I wasn't asking about research permitting. I was asking when it would ever be necessary. The word necessary coming from part 3 on page 22. That's my clarification. Now, to 68A on page 40, Mr. Chair and Minister. Point number 5. The ministers must ensure that as part of the review, there is reasonable opportunity for interested persons, brackets, including te ohu kai moana, to make submissions on the operation of the ringnet fishing provision. Why, Minister, is Te Ohu Kai Moana explicitly singled out? And is there any relationship between the naming of Te Ohu Kai Moana and the fact that on the 26th of September, there was a meeting between Minister Jones and Te Ohu Kai Moana that preceded your decision to change this legislation to allow ringnet fishing, which you did 3 days later on the 30th of September. Is there a relationship between that meeting between Minister Jones and Te Ohu Kai Moana and your decision to change to permit ringnet fishing in the high protected area, and now your specific setting out, or the Minister's specific setting out of the requirement that if there is any review of ringnet fishing, it must include consultation with Te Ohu Kai Moana? Why are they explicitly named, Minister?
Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Mr. Chair, I've got two specific questions for the Minister, and that's related to 68A, 68A, 3A, 1 and 2. The specific clauses and sub-clauses that I'm looking at. And that's basically around the ministerial review of the ringnet fishing provisions. This particular clause lays out the detail with regard to that review. With subclause 3, it does basically says that the review must assess the cost and benefits of the ringnet fishing provisions, and to the extent practicable, the fishing undertaken in reliance on those provision. And then secondary to that, the effect of the ringnet fishing provisions on the relevant high protection areas and any biodiversity objectives for those areas. My question to the Minister is why the hierarchy of those two specific aspects that the review needs to assess, and whether, as the Minister of Conservation, he is comfortable with the fact that the effect on the biodiversity objectives, which I would have thought should be the principal focus of the review, is subsidiary or secondary to the cost-benefit analysis, and can he explain the thinking behind that, the rationale for that, and whether, as Conservation Minister, he is comfortable with the focus on conservation coming secondary to the cost-benefit analysis. The second question that I have for the Minister is around 3B, Part 2, which is what happens if the DG is, or the Minister is not satisfied with the review and the recommendations that could be the outcome of that. Now, I understand 1 and 3, where the recommendation could be either that the ringnet fishing provisions are retained, or they are repealed. I don't understand the second one in terms of it being amended. And I asked the Minister to clarify what the options are that he foresees with regard to 68A 3B Part 2. In what circumstances does he think that the ringnet fishing provisions could be amended given the outcomes of the review? What are the options for the amendment therein? And what does he, what does he anticipate would come out of this particular subclause?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
In response, why Te Ohu Kai Moana specified for consultation for ringnet fishing review. Te Ohu Kai Moana specified for consultation for avoidance of doubt, but the clause provides that all interested parties must be given an opportunity to submit, and we on this side think it's appropriate for a peak Māori fisheries body who's responsible for the advocacy of Māori fishing to be engaged in that review. The fishing season specified in the bill, what is it based on? Is it standard? 1 March to 31 August is the standard ringnet fishing season, and that the bill will ensure that that fishing does not occur outside of that timetable. Under what circumstances might potting, bottom long lining or set netting be necessary in an HPA? I don't anticipate there being a reason to permit. However, the legislation provides for this to be considered on a case-by-case basis. The restrictions in the bill would ensure that this couldn't be for commercial purposes. In relation to the amendment, clause 68A3B2, there might be a range of reasons to amend, for example, the months of the season might be reconsidered in due course. Kia ora.
Ryan Hamilton.
I move that debate on this question now close.
I'm not hearing a lot of new stuff coming, but Rachel Boyack.
Thank you, Mr.
nodding
Chair.
away like she might have found some new...
Oh, Mr. Chair, I do have something quite specific because the Minister responded to my question about a tabled amendment earlier, but actually in his response I believe he referenced the wrong use of the word may in the clause, and so I wanted to clarify this because in that particular clause the word may is referenced twice, and I think he was referring to the first use of it and not the second, and the amendment has been tabled on the table, and so I'm going to read it out in context. And I do note there's a bit of chat on the other side. This is a really genuine question to actually strengthen the protections in this bill, and that is what we do at Select Committee. So I'm just going to read what my amendment would actually change it to. It says, the regulations made under subsection 1 must provide for restrictions relating to the species of fish that an authorised person may target, which must be all or any of the following species only. So that when I use the word must, that is a change from the word may that is there. It wasn't to say that an authorised person must target, which would imply that you're targeting all three, and I accept that was what the Minister said. What my amendment would do would state it must be all or any of the following species only, because my question to the Minister was, could it be read more broadly? And if he doesn't want to support my amendment, now that I've just clarified which word I wanted to actually change, because I recognise the word was referenced twice in the particular clause, if not, can he make sure it's very clear on the Hansard, in case it were to come up in the courts, that it would only be kahawai, grey mullet and trevally that are able to be targeted. So I just wanted to clarify, when the Minister responded to my suggested amendment, I think he probably hadn't actually seen the written amendment that I'd proposed in context. So I just wanted to give him that opportunity to respond. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Rachel Brooking.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a short call from me to clarify 2 points. One was, I still haven't got an answer around the ministers being, both the Minister for Oceans and Fisheries and the Minister for Conservation being involved, one. And the second one is, I think in one of the Minister's answers, he was responding to my question about the iwi leaders, the kaitiaki, who he's referenced in an earlier part of the debate. And he said they don't want restrictions, is what he said generally. But my question was actually is a specific one, and that is the people that he named, those kaitiaki, the iwi leaders, do they agree with all of these amendments that he has made? Question mark. Or, so my question then, has he asked them specifically if they agree with these amendments? Or is he making an assumption that with his many years involvement with this part of the country, that they will be happy with his amendments around the biodiversity objectives? So it's a very simple question.
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Minister.
In response to various questions, the hierarchy of the two aspects the review needs to address, there is no hierarchy. In response to what changes might be made, I think I mentioned it, but there might be, only one, or stricter conditions like only one fish being targeted. In response to the question around iwi leaders, certainly the iwi leaders want to see a tripling of the marine protection in the Hauraki Gulf. They do not want regulators and legislators to be coming in over the top, hot as anything, to say this is what you must do to enable biodiversity. Hence why I've mentioned 4 times now, Mr. Chair, that the customary fishing arrangements will remain within the Fisheries Act and not be inundated with further bureaucratic and statutory noise. We are here to triple the marine protection in the Hauraki Gulf, te pātaka kai te kapa moana, te moana nui a toi te huatei, wahine a huiarangi. That's what we're here to do, and I look forward to it.
Tom Rutherford.
move the debate on this question now close.
The question is the debate on this question now closed. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
In favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. The question is that Arana Williams tabled amendment to AP number 260, amending clause 30, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 53, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Arana Williams tabled amendment to AP number 260, amending paragraph C in clause 32, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Which one was that for? The first one. The first of the amendments of Arana Williams, the result is actually 54. The ayes are 54, the noes are 68, to be amended accordingly. The question is that Arana Williams tabled amendment to AP number 260, replacing except with including in paragraph B of clause 661 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Arana Williams tabled amendment to AP number 260, inserting new paragraph A in clause 662 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Alan Williams tabled amendment to AP number 260, inserting new subparagraph 3 in clause 66(2)b be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand
8
First.
votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Alan Williams tabled amendment to AP number 260, deleting the amendment to replace clause 67 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Rachel Boyack's tabled amendment to AP number 260, replacing which may be all or any with which may be all or any, which must be all or any, and proposed subparagraph 2 in clause 67(2)a be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Chloe Schwarbrick's tabled amendment to AP number 260, replacing 3 years with 1 year in subclause 2 of proposed new clause 68A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan's tabled amendment to AP number 260, amending subclause 2 of proposed new clause 68A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Priyanka Radhakrishnan's tabled amendment to AP number 260, amending subclause 3 in proposed new clause 68A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Arana Williams tabled amendment to AP number 260, amending subclause 5 and proposed new clause 68A be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Arana Williams tabled amendment to AP number 260, amending paragraph B and proposed new clause 68B2 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes in favour.
Ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Honourable Marama Davidson's tabled amendment to AP number 260, deleting proposed new clause 67, 68A, 68B are ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that, the question is that the Minister's amendment to Part 3 set out on AP number 260 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Part 3 set out on AP number 349 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. The question is that Hana Rafferty Maipi Clark's tabled amendments to clause 28.1 and paragraph D in clause 29 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 in favour.
The ayes are 54, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Part 3 as amended stand apart. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Well, I didn't hear a no vote, so the ayes have it. We now come to Schedule 1. The question is that Schedule 1 stand apart. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. We come to Schedule 2. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Schedule 2, set out on AP number 261, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. We might just need some big outdoor voices for some of these calls, please. Which is not a usual call from the chair, but in this case I do require them.
What is it?
Sorry, did I call for vote?
Aye.
Yeah, party vote is called for.
Aye.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 20. The question is agreed. The question is that Schedule 2, as amended, stand apart. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. We now come to Schedule 3. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Schedule 3, set out on AP number 261, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 20. The question is agreed. The question is that Schedule 3, as amended, stand apart. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Come to Schedule 4. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Schedule 4, set out on AP number 261, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 20. The question is agreed. The question is that Schedule 4, as amended, stand apart. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. We now come to Schedule 5. The question is that the Minister's amendment to Schedule 5, set out on AP number 349, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
5 votes opposed.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 20. The question is agreed. The question is that Schedule 5, as amended, stand apart. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we come now to our final debate. This is a debate on clauses 1 and 2, title and commencement in Principal Act. Priyanka Radhakrishnan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the title of this bill, which has been a long time coming, we've traversed this in the House quite a bit on this side of the House, that it's been over a decade in the making, that a number of stakeholders at various levels, local central government, iwi, hapun, whānau, conservationists, the fishing industry, all have come together over a long period of time. And this is one part of what was agreed to, but the sea change process has led to this bill, the Haraki Gulf Tikapa Moana Marine Protection Bill, as it claims to be, and as it was prior to the 11th hour amendments that this minister has brought to the House that we have debated. All this government has done, Mr. Chair, is to delay the passage of this bill, one that they said they were going to accelerate prior to the last election. All they've done is to delay it over the last 2 years. They have weakened it as a result of those 11th hour amendments. We have drilled into the rationale, the evidence, the justification for weakening protections within supposed high protection areas that are meant to enhance the biodiversity objectives in a Gulf that is degrading, but the Minister and the Chair has been unable to respond to those questions and provide any sort of justification that would give those of us on this side of the House, or indeed outside of this building any comfort that it was actually justified, that weakening the protections that were laid out in a bill that was worked on and then considered in detail by the Environment Select Committee, and the recommendation to this House was to pass the bill with no substantive change. For that to then change in the 11th hour, we would have thought that there would be some strong justification from the Minister, but we have not seen any of that. And so I would argue that the name of this bill is no longer justified. It no longer, while it does go some way towards, or a significant way still, towards protecting the Haraki Gulf, that was all of the protections were in the bill that was drafted, introduced by Labour and government. The only step that this government has taken is to weaken it. What they've done is to put the fishing lobby interests before marine protections, and that's down to the Conservation Minister in the House, along with the Minister for Oceans and Fishery. All they've done is to pander to the interests of the fishing lobby. All they've done is to take us backwards on marine protections. And so, Mr. Chair, I would argue that the name of this bill should be changed to the Haraki Gulf Tikapa Moana Weakens Marine Protections Bill, because while in entirety we are supporting this bill because it goes some way to protecting the Gulf, based on the changes that we brought in, based on the work that many have done over years. But this government cannot take credit for that, because the only contribution that they've made to this is to delay the passage of the bill and weaken the intent of this bill. So it could be the Haraki Gulf Tikapa Moana puts fishing lobby interests ahead of marine protections bill. I would probably accept that as well.
I'm sorry, to the Speaker, I'll have to now report progress at this time. So the member will have the opportunity to resume her speech when this bill is considered next. So now time has come for me to report progress. A point of order.
Leave to correct the vote on the Amendment 260.
260, leave is sought for that purpose. There's no objection. You may correct that.
34 votes were cast in favour, and they should have been cast opposed.
So do we know what we're talking about here? Which make sure we've got the right amendment. So this is the question. The Minister's amendment to Part 3 set out on AP number 260 be agreed to. So the result should have been?
No. 34 votes opposed.
34 opposed. So that will be amended accordingly. Or actually, I did note that it's already recorded as opposed. So 68 for, 54 against. So
we're all good then.
But belt and braces, perhaps. Everyone else good?
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill and reports it with amendment. The committee has also further considered the Hauraki Gulf Tipaka Moana Marine Protection Bill, Tikapa Moana Marine Protection Bill, and reports that it has made progress on the bill. The committee has also considered the crimes legislation, stalking and harassment bill, and reports it has made no progress on that bill. Madam Speaker, I move the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The Public Works Critical Infrastructure Amendment Bill is set down for third reading next sitting day. The Hauraki Gulf Tikapa Moana Marine Protection Bill and the Crimes Legislation Stalking and Harassment Amendment Bill are set down for further consideration in committee next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. today.